Check, check, check. You're on.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back, day 2 of the Nextcloud Conference 2022. For the people who weren't here yesterday, I'm going to repeat a couple of announcements I did yesterday. First of all, Wi-Fi, important stuff, of course. The network is boomgast, and the password is bimbamboom. So use that if you want to have some Wi-Fi here. The second thing I want to bring to your attention is the conference hashtag. If you have questions, if you have something to share, please do so by using this hashtag and let us know. Everything is appreciated here. Just let us know how you feel about it. All right, something else. We have set up a collectives, which means we can do collaborative writing. So if you have something to share, some insights or something you saw in one of the talks today, please note it down. You can find that the collective via the QR code. As you might have seen, there are quite some QR codes everywhere. Just scan them. It will bring you to a page, and on that page you can click to the collectives, which you can use to do your writings. All right. Masks. We do not require you to wear a mask, but feel free to do so if you feel comfortable in doing that and you want to do that. Just do so, but we don't ask you to wear masks here. All right, something also very important to us, code of conduct. You can read our code of conduct on this page, on our website. If you have any questions or have something to mention to us or to signal to us, please go to Anna, Greta, or Jan. They will take up your question or something you want to bring to their attention, and we'll bring it forward. All right, with this, I want to mention also the conference program. It's a repeat of yesterday. The same principle applies. Those QR codes will give you access to the conference program, much more detailed than on our website. It will show you the lightning talks, what it's all about, and you can even use the alarms on the program. So with that, let's start. Our first speaker of the day, that's Mike, from the Green Politics Party, if I'm correct. So let me switch some stuff here, Mark, for you. Yeah, we're here. Right. The floor is yours, Mike.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks. I go back to the title. Hello, so my name is Mike Ausendorf. I'm since a year now member of the German Parliament, the Deutsche Bundestag, and speaker of the Green Groups for Digitization Politics. So I'm member of the Committee for Digitization and for Economy also. Before that, I was working more than 20 years in the IT industry, in the open source area. So around New Year's Eve, I've worked at SUSE Linux as a consultant. At that time, we did a lot of pioneer-style projects with companies and organizations of all sizes, nationally and internationally. At that time, many of those started first steps with Linux and open source technologies. In 2004, I founded my own company together with some colleagues of the old SUSE team. And the whole time we did consultancy projects around Linux, open source system management. So I'm very used to talk on conferences like these, but usually about topics like system management, monitoring, open source backups, and so on. So now this is the first time I'm coming back to this ecosystem and talking about politics. So this is the headline of the German government's coalition treaty, Mehr Fortschritt wagen, something like Dare the Progress, and the subtitle, Alliance for Freedom, Justice, and Sustainability. And that's one of the points that we really strange, that is advancing digitization while shaping it sustainably. So that's one of the themes we would like to stress overall. So I have 4 big outlines. So first, I want to talk about a little bit about digital infrastructure, then sustainable digitization, digital sovereignty and circular economy. This is a little bit beyond digitization only, but is strongly connected. So I think this is an interesting point to talk about. So I do the presentation, and afterwards we have time for question and answer round, and hopefully get into a discussion. Okay, so digital infrastructure, latestly, when it came to the pandemic situation, we have all learned that good and broad digital infrastructure is essential for the society to work. We've seen that a lot of people worked from home offices. We've also seen, especially in Germany, that most of the schools still have very poor internet connections, didn't work very well. So that was one reason to set up a new gigabit strategy, which was published before the summer break. And this basically covers some points like getting up to new techniques when getting cables into the ground. So the conventional type of getting fiber cables into the ground is very complicated, very deep, and there are more modern techniques which are much faster and easier to do. But we realize that a lot of regional and local authorities are very conservative and don't like these new techniques, which makes it difficult to get more power and more speed into it. And then one really big point is open access. So that means that cable providers have to open their infrastructure to other service providers, so that they easily can offer services and make it easier for more companies to use the same network instead of putting 2 or 3 fiber cables into the same road. So that is one important point that we stress. And then another point is that we see we have large market players that dominate the market, and especially for the Green Party, it was important to change the rules a little bit so that smaller companies, small, medium business-sized companies have better chances to get into the business. So this is about the real points that we put the focus on. And then, of course, we have a priority for self-supported expansion rather than publicly funded expansion. And this seems to work quite well in Germany. So the companies have announced that they want to invest around 50 billion euros over the next years into the infrastructure. So that is a very good sign. And well, one word about mobile communications. If you travel by train in Germany or come to more rural areas, you often realize that you have, so we call it white spots, where you don't have any connection anymore. And of course, we address this. So the goal is to have 100% coverage with fast broadband mobile internet in the whole country. So there's a proverb to say we want to have internet at every milk can, so that you can use services like public transport on demand, self-driving cars, and things like automating farmers that can use AI techniques for automated irrigation, for example. So we really need fast internet everywhere in the country, and so that is a common goal of the German government. So, well, why talk about sustainable digitization? So it's commonly said that digitization is as well, not as much as possible as important, but next to important to climate protection, because it's 2 sides of the medal. So first thing is that digitization is kind of a problem when we look at the energy consumption. So we have 2 to 4% of the global CO2 emissions coming from the IT industry. So of course we have to work on that. We have to reduce the impact caused by the IT industry. And on the other hand, we need to make use of digital innovations to get new models, new business models, new ideas to reduce CO2 emissions overall, or in other words, to come to a more sustainable and climate neutral society and economy. So we have on the one side a problem, and on the other side a big chance, and we have to think both sides together to advance our society into a neutral CO2 neutral society. So, and there are certain things we've put into the coalition treaty. One thing is about the data centers that the government runs by itself. So they have to implement an environment management system until 2025. And the second thing is that we require new data centers to be climate neutral from 27 onwards. So that are some basic things. Why have I put open source software here? Because open source software is efficient by means of resources needed, and of course very sustainable because it can be reused by everybody who has access to it. And usually, so you publish open source, and everybody can use it. So and that's much more efficient than proprietary software because that leads to parallel developments. Everybody puts every proprietary software producer puts the code into the, it's not open, and then we have parallel things that gets developed at the same time, and you don't get this with open source software. So green coding is one thing that when you start up coding from the beginning, think about energy consumption, efficiency, one really important thing. And then we have the fifth point here, a sustainable circular economy. I have another slide on that, but especially when we think about digital products and products that you use to access internet, like phones, tablets, computers, most of us have realized that after a certain point they get broken. So it looks like that by design there's some deadline implemented in these devices, and there's a new regulation from the EU Commission that requires things to be repairable for a longer time. So we address this as well as on the nation level and as well on the European level. And then the last thing here is promotion of digital twins. That is a really interesting point. The thing we want to have is that of every analog product, you get a kind of digital path, which includes all information of materials used, information on how to repair a thing, so that will people enable to get their stuff repaired, and so that you don't have to throw it away when it's broken. And the other thing is that these digital twins means you have a digital model of your analog product, so that you can better develop enhancements and keep all the information needed to repair a product. So this is an overview of this topic. Then we have the big point, digital sovereignty. This has come to focus more and more after the war in the Ukraine has started. Even before, politicians who were active in the field of digitization were aware that that's a big problem or a big issue, that we have to care about sovereignty and be able to run, at least on a European level, our own infrastructure. But since we got the energy supply cut from the east, the argument to look about our data connections to the west, which are at least as vulnerable as gas pipelines, makes it more aware to a broader set of people. So over the last years, when I still was working in the IT industry, I realized that a lot of companies and even public organizations started to move part of their software installations to data centers in the United States. So which, of course, is problematic for a couple of reasons. First, there's the data protection. You don't know what they are doing with your data. I think most of you are aware of this because you're coming from the open source ecosystem. But if you then imagine that after the East has cut energy supply from the East side, and we imagine, well, I don't hope it will become real, but a Trump administration again after the next elections in the US could lead to another politics there. And then if you imagine a president that will, for whatever reason ever, cut data supply, or if you have some enemy state that does this using submarines or whatever. So if you really imagine the scenario that the complete data supply to the West is cut, then it becomes very clear that we need a European answer for that, and that means we need European open source based infrastructure that can be used here, and that which will make us completely independent from the Western countries or even from China. So that's really a key issue. Okay, then what we are doing, we have some open source specific projects. So the Sovereign Tech Fund was introduced last year, the first time we got a budget for this and the federal budget. And the Sovereign Tech Fund is meant to support open source projects, libraries that are commonly used, but where usually no companies are behind it. So to make sure that these essential projects get funded. So that's the intention of the Sovereign Tech Fund. Then another thing we have is CENDRIS, Zentrum für digitale Souveränität, so Center for Digital Sovereignty. That is, has a special purpose for the German government, ministries and authorities who are using open source programs, projects, and want to get sure that they get support for the stuff they are using. So this is a kind of service center for the administration itself, but of course has a big impact on the open source economy because it will make sure that there is support for all the solutions being used in the public administration. And that means that there will be like support or maintenance contracts with companies that provide services for specific open source software. So. And then next point, of course, Gaia X, coming back to what I said at the beginning. This is a program to build a competitive open source-based cloud infrastructure framework as a basic layer so that service providers in Europe can set up an infrastructure for not only government, but also public users, companies to get services which are now provided only by the large hyperscalers in the US. So the intention is to have something competitive here in Europe, and that is the Gaia X program, which is funded with quite some money from the German government, but also from the French government. And I hope that we see more progress with these projects in the near future. So then I've put the point cybersecurity here. This is a large topic. I have a presentation about this, which is alone about 30 minutes, so I don't want to stress it here too much because then it will take another hour to talk about it, but just some words about it. We have a cybersecurity agenda set up from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, which addresses already many of the important things, but I think it's not enough for now. We need to intensify what we do here in this sector and especially in the economy. So the government infrastructure, I think is on a good way, but if you have a closer look at the German economy, so most of the companies in Germany are SMB, small and medium businesses, and they usually don't have the IT staff to really care about the network they run as it would be necessary. There's a study of Bitkom, one of the largest German association of internet companies or IT companies, and they have a study that says that more than 80% of German companies already suffered from threats like ransomware, other kind of attacks, with an estimated damage of more than $60 billion, euros, sorry. Basically caused by ransomware. And if you imagine that the ransomware software or similar software is not used only to get money out of the companies, but if it was turned into intentionally get down the infrastructure of broad parts of the German SMB company, so that would have a big impact of of the reliability of the economy, and I think it's at least as important as military defense. And I really know we have to do more here. We have already some programs in the Ministry of Economy, but we have to put more effort in these fields, definitely. So, but I want to mention it here, but not to go any deeper, because it will take another half an hour. So, circular economy. This is really a key for our economy, because we now see that we have big problems with supply chain. And of course, raw materials are very rare, at least some of them, and it's clear at a certain point there will be no more. So it's just a question of time for humanity to enter into a circular economy, and the earlier we can do it, the better. So, and this means we have set up a national circular economy strategy, which starts with points like the right of repair, and of course the idea is to repair, reuse, reduce, and recycle at the end. And circular economy means not only to do recycle stuff when a device is broken, but this means to start the progress when a device is designed. So the idea of cradle to cradle needs to be implemented right from the beginning. So when you start to develop a new product, you should think about what does happen with this device after its life cycle has ended. So to get most of it again when the product is broken at the end. So the good thing is that the European Union has similar ideas. So it's in the new directive about product liability, and there's a program about circular economy action. So this goes all together, and we are looking forward to get steps into this direction. Of course, we know this will take, well, maybe decades until we get to a point where we can say, no, this is a circular economy, but every step into that direction is really important. So let me conclude. So public policy can provide a framework, but at the end, the society and especially the economy has to act and get us into a circular economy, into a climate-neutral economy, and we can set the framework, and that is what we are working on. Open source can make a big contribution if we think about digital sovereignty, and if we think about circular economy and efficient working altogether. So, and as we've seen, digitization requires a whole government approach. It is not just a single field. So digitization politics is about everything. So this is what I see in our everyday life at the Parliament, that we have digital discussions in every field. And there are not a lot of people in the Parliament with an IT background, but there are some, and that is good. And we see that it's good that we are in a steady dialogue with our colleagues in the other politic fields. But I think we have to change this and get more dialogues with all parts of the government and all parts of the administration. So now it's up to us to put the focus on the implementation. It's almost clear what we have to do, but what I've realized over the last year is that administrations really are kind of slow, and it takes a lot of energy to move the course. So it takes some time, and we have to do it every day new dialogues, new discussions about the right way. But that's the way how politics work, and so we are working to put the large ship into a new direction slowly, and work on that all day. Thanks.
All right. Mike, thank you so much. Let's move to the questions over. First, before I do that, I have a small request to you from Marius specifically, as we are doing a live stream. Please be gentle on We're easy with the Wi-Fi. We have a bit of trouble of keeping the bitrate up for our live stream, so please be gentle with us so we can keep the live stream going. All right, with that, let me move on to some questions. Mike, I think I fell a bit short in your introduction. So first of all, you are a member of the Bundestag, right?
Yeah.
You're a spokesperson for the digital policy, and you act as a member of the Committee on Digital Affairs and the Committee of Digital Affairs and the Committee on Economic Affairs.
Right.
So with that, we have the opportunity to ask you quite some questions on this topic. So I invite everyone, if they have questions, to put them forward, and I give you the mic.
I'm going to say Mike to you because we know each other when you when we're still hanging at tech conferences. I think it's really good to have you here to bring a perspective. I think on the political side of things, that's of course why we invited you. A lot of us here are working on technology and open source and digital sovereignty, and it's really that's become even more important as you pointed out with the war. So my question kind of is like, it's good to see the government is caring more about digital sovereignty, and I appreciate that people like you move from tech to politics to help, guide the ship in the right direction. But my question is, what can we do as tech community here to help you, kind of help us or help us all basically to move things in the right direction?
Okay. Thanks, Jos. Well, I think there's a lot you can do. So one thing is have conferences like this, and also engage yourself in other conferences. So there's, for example, the Bits and Bäume today, where Frank is. That is a conference on digitization and sustainability, organized by non-governmental organizations, environmental organizations, social organizations. Raise your voice. So whenever it comes to discussions, whether it is with your friends or in a more public way, if in your community where you live, conventions or whatever, raise your voice and point people to the things that you find important.
Yep. Allow me to also ask you a question while I move this way. So a bit of news here about, of course, the Nord Stream pipeline. So with the sabotage of that Nord Stream pipeline, we see how vulnerable critical infrastructure is, right? So, but how do we prepare for the scenario that transcontinental internet cables might be sabotaged?
Yes, I've mentioned that point in my talk. So that is really a threat. And the first thing is, I think we can't really protect the lines by military measures. It's just too long. So the conclusion is we have to think about what do we do if those lines get cut. And it's not only the lines. Russia has proved that they are able to shoot down satellites as well. So that's not the alternative. And I heard some colleagues say, well, we just have to lay more lines and we have to send up more satellites. I think that is not the solution. That's a horse race we can't win. So we have to prepare in a way that we get regionally independent. So, and by regional, I mean European, because I think on a nation level that's not suitable. And I think we have to leverage the synergies we can do with our European partners. So Gaia X and other projects are the way. So we have to set up our own infrastructure and to be able to run everything here with our resources in Europe.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your talk and your good overview of different topics. And yeah, I got a couple of questions. Let me start with also the cyber security things. One of the things happening were that the German intelligence services were also hoarding this zero-day exploits for their own software or weapons or something. And this, of course, is contrary to digital sovereignty and also especially to protect people and companies. Did something happen in this regard?
We have addressed this in the coalition treaty, so that were some interesting negotiations. To be more general, if you look what the press says, usually the press says that Greens and Liberals are kind of counterparts, but if you come to the field of digital rights, we fight together, so we have very same ideas. And one thing is that we have put into the coalition treaty that public authorities have to work together with software producers if they find a vulnerability in a software, so they have to report it. And we have set the right of secure communications in the coalition treaty. So that means things like chat control is not part of the treaty, and we will do everything to protect secure and private communications.
Thank you. Is this also the policy on the EU level?
No, it's not. As you probably know, that there's a discussion on the EU level to allow what they call chat control. The difficult thing is that they argue it's to protect children against pornography and violence. And of course, that's a strong argument. And the bad thing is that even people here in the German parliament who want to have more surveillance, they argue the same way. And they frame it in a way that they say, if you're not in favor of more control, of chat control, then you work together with those criminals doing child pornography. That's a very bad argument. But we stand together and say there are better ways to defend especially children and other vulnerable groups against criminality, abuse, and stuff like that. But this is a discussion that takes place. So the EU wants to have more control, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs also says some things here in Germany, but we, the Greens and the Liberals, stand against this, and we have put this thing in the coalition treaty. So that's a line of the discussion. Yeah.
Bill Gates said that complexity is the enemy, right? Because it's just, and what you've laid out is multiple dimensions that have all got enormous complexity.
Yeah.
And so you look at it, go, I don't know what to make of that. And so, if you look at the data centers that need to be neutral, environment neutral, well, they're dependent upon suppliers of energy that is not in their control. And so the question I've got is, do you have something that says, say, take cyber security. You say, that is a real and present danger that could have this amount of damage in this amount of time, and therefore its number is a 7. Whereas you said the circular economy is something that would have this amount over 30 years, therefore its number is a 3. So you can come up with some sort of prioritized list to say, if you could do one and only one, what do you do? Because otherwise you make tiny progress on lots of fronts and you don't meet the timeline. And is it better, for example, if you could solve the cyber security issue, if you had a magic wand, what would you give up for that? And is there any sense of priority? Because listening to it, I go, so what's your priority? And if you go, we want to do all of them, I go, oh, okay, I don't know if there is any priority. And that's the question, is in your own mind, in the policy, is there a priority? Or are you just trying to plug all the holes you can see?
Well, that's an interesting question, because politics, if you have a look at the government as a whole, doesn't work like this. So you have all the different resources, and everybody does his work, and every resort, every minister thinks his things or her things are the most important ones. So, and I think you said multidimensional is the right way. So we just can't get forward on one track and say, okay, we do the other ones afterwards, because it's always an ongoing process. So I wouldn't say that one thing is much more important than the other thing. They are all important, and I think we don't have the chance to put it in a line and say, well, we put now 100% in cybersecurity and the next on circular economy. It doesn't work like this. So we always have to do things in parallel.
So this is the last question.
Thank you. So in the past, we have frequently seen public IT projects fail due to design decisions. For example, the email, ID wallet, and so on. Have you ever considered to make these public IT projects more transparent in the conceptual phase, so more people can have a say in it and the public could partake in the discussion, like, for example, with the Corona Warn app?
Yes, the Corona Warn app is, from my perspective, kind of blueprint for successful projects. And one thing we've also put into the coalition treaty is that we want to include NGOs and the civil society more into politic decision ways. And that is something we actually strange. We are in good contact with organizations like the Chaos Computer Club or Stiftung Neue Verantwortung, and we try to involve them also in IT projects. It's not always easy to implement this together with the ministries, because they are kind of reluctant when getting NGOs into decision processes, but it's my approach, and I think it's also necessary if you talk about projects like Data Institute to share data, to have concepts, to anonymize data, to make them usable for research, innovations, and companies. So, and there we really try to get them into the process as early as possible, because I think it's mandatory if we want to have a transparent process and in the end convince people that this is the right way. We have to work together with civil society, but to be honest, in everyday's progress, we see it's always a fight with the ministries to get them really in. But it's a good point. Thanks.
All right, Mike. Thank you so much for talking about this with us and also answering our questions. I think it's interesting times these days. So let's see where it brings us, and we hope to greet you back someday again to talk about this a bit more. I think it deserves more time as well. So thank you for being here.
Thanks for the invitation.
So we are moving to the next keynote speaker of the day, which is Renata. May I ask you on stage, Renata? Yes. No. You are straight after this one, Renata. Let me help you a little bit with the microphone and stuff. So Jos quickly briefed me. There are enough free spots in the front rows here, so people who are just joining, feel free to move forward and fill out those spots, including you, Johan. So, all right, let me bring on stage the next speaker of the day, which is Renata. Renata, you are an international lawyer, an author, and an advocate And you are a CEO of the Open Knowledge Foundation. This is a global non-profit network that promotes and shares information at no charge, including both content and data. And today, you're going to talk to us about the work you're doing with the Open Knowledge Foundation. Welcome.
Thank you. Is this working
No,
now?
is it on? Can we see?
Okay, let's do the microphone. Yes. Oops. Thank you. So I will have to multitask a little bit managing the slides. And I'm very, very, very sorry that on a Sunday morning you don't have the right to break for coffee. I think that being a Guatemalan, I believe in the human right to coffee, you know, like it is necessary. So I apologize, and I will try to make this as caffeinated as possible to, you know, to lift your spirit and cheer you up a little bit after, like, you know, the difficult conversation that we had before. And I had a question I couldn't ask, and it goes to possibilities of building a better digital future. And I see in Germany, actually, an excellent partner with what it is called, and I don't like the term Global South, but is, you know, the new nations with a lot of young people innovating and thinking in different principles for a better digital future. I know that, you know, Germany and many European countries are all the time looking at the US, and then looking with caution and maybe with fear at China, and they never look south. And I don't know why. You know, like, it is the obvious, possible, different way to make things more exciting, to make things more innovative, to develop new markets, but also to develop new social possibilities. And that's a little bit of what I'm going to talk here. Being a Guatemalan, you know, like, I got involved in these digital topics when I was working as a human rights lawyer, and it was the happy days of Latin America, which the happy days might come back if Lula is elected today. Let's cross fingers. And I know that it is not about politics, you know. It's a way of seeing the world, that it involves the planet, and it involves people and lifting people out of poverty at the core. And the exciting thing is, like, around, you know, 2005, 2006, you will have 100,000 people passionate about free software gathering together in Porto Alegre. And it was a magical time, you know, it was a vibrant time. It was so exciting to see, you know, people who had at the core of their idea of the new possible digital world, social justice and the planet and equality. And somehow, in a period of 10 years, all went away. And maybe it was too early, maybe we were too few, maybe it was not connected enough with things happening here, with things happening in Asia and Africa and in other regions. But now we have a very little window of opportunity. Now we are like basically like the elements I see in this room, and the elements I see in many other rooms, in many other parts of the world, is at that time, we were completely idealistic and completely, like, you know, convinced of that the good principles will prevail, that it will not only be the market, but it will be also the possibility of social innovation and digital technologies that we, like, you know, develop from a public goods vision. But, you know, like, we fall into the trap of believing, like, you know, it was when Google was not evil. and it's very important to remember that don't be evil, they removed from their motto. Like, you know, it was very different times. Early days of Wikipedia, early days of, you know, like, early days of everything. And we were not, I think that we were not aware that we were an elite, basically. An elite, maybe not an elite on access to money or access to power as we knew it then, but an elite that were, like, you know, had access to the design, to the very basic design of the digital world that we were creating. And we blindly believed in openness without connecting it with other principles. And that was a big mistake, because an openness that was, like, not, you know, moderated by other community principles resulted in, like, basically fed the big tech giants. And free, open because of open became an extractive openness that shut down the little ones, dismiss the efforts of, free software coders, completely, hijacked a beautiful idea, and it became in a monopolistic, extractive, dominant system that we have today. But, I have been, in activism, for a long time, and at the intersection of human rights and digital rights, and I'm a little bit tired of the narrative of the broken system. And as we were, in the previous talk, looking at the patching of the broken system. And I think that, when I'm working with my team, we decided at Open Knowledge Foundation to move completely away with the campaigns of against this and against that. Or let's try to fix this, let's try to tame the giants, let's try to fragment the giants. I think that if it is the same logic, and I have been discussing this idea in a couple of talks, the same logic of you have a building that is falling apart. And it's falling apart right in your head. And it is, is humid, is completely hot during summers, is so crowded, is completely collapsed in sanitary conditions, is dangerous for children, is dangerous for everybody, is exploitative because it's imagine these landlords that are charging a lot of money to small businesses, and they are completely convinced the small businesses that they cannot exist outside it. It has inside, in a logic of market as well, complete entire school systems. So the children are educated in the logic that they cannot have a digital experience outside this building. And on top of everything, on this collapsing building with very high rents, the owners refuse to renew. The owners refuse to rebuild. And civil society comes with this idea that, okay, it's terrible, the building is very, 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 very bad, but now you will have mandatory helmets to get inside. And you will have don't worry, because to children, we will create a little cornered safe space. And that's the logic that we have. And I think that if we do not break that logic, if we remain in the logic that the only digital future that is possible is that massive broken building controlled by few, we are doomed, basically. And I think that it's a very easy way to explain to people. When you explain, for example, Nextcloud or similar technologies, it's a very, very good way to explain that actually we need to take a decision and we need to walk outside that building and build our own. And it doesn't have to be a single building. It can be it can take the different shapes according to our national realities, according to our budgets, according to our needs. I mean, maybe here in Germany you need a super sophisticated system, and maybe in my country, Guatemala, what we need is basically to have the basic pieces running, and then maybe we will need some very specialized sensors and things for agriculture, and maybe you will need it for, I don't know, the next generation of neurotechnology. It's different needs, it's different values also embedded in the technology. So, but I think that what is urgent, and it is not only in politics, but also in the way that we educate technologists and even marketing, I don't like when people promote their products or services in the free and open source spaces as the alternative to. I think that it is not the new Google or the new YouTube or the new blah. We need to move away and say this is a building block of a new piece of technology that is going to be sustainable, is going to be private by design, is going to be green by design, and it is part of a different logic. And actually, in all the misinformation, disinformation conferences, for example, all the time, I'm so tired, and I want to scream when I hear that it's not possible to live outside social media as we know it, because all the people are there, and all the audience is there. And basically, what we really need to do before it's too late, remember half of the world is still not connected to that crap, is walk out of that crap. And like really, you know, like imagine if all the mail, like the physical mail was controlled by 4 companies or 5 companies. We're in the same situation. We had a very efficient, interconnected, interoperable system of communications by mail. We can have exactly the same with social. And I don't know why, I mean, it's on the interest of the companies, but it's on the interest of some powerful people like the power that they can access through money. And of course, I mean, thinking and reflecting on the election today in Brazil, in Bolsonaro, you know, like, if you only need money to buy a system that will suppress votes and manipulate things on one side and the other, it's really easy. So my reflection today is, let's change the narrative. And you have in here, you know, many of you represent companies or projects and social projects that are like basically building blocks of that new building, or that new way of creating technology. The foundation that I had is doing the same, you know, with data and data infrastructures. And it doesn't require a lot, you know, like we have a small team of 15 people from different parts of the world, and we build technology that is designed to scale and to fit different needs. Maybe, you know, maybe 20 years ago there was no alternative. Now we have a talented group, like we are the most educated generation ever on planet Earth. And we forget that. I don't know why we forget that we have all the capacity. Now we have become aware that only engineers cannot design this future, that we need sociologists, that we need anthropologists, that we need environmental experts. We can build something amazing. I mean, if 2, 3 dudes on a basement in Palo Alto they managed to build very good technology. Now what we could build is far more better, it's far more advanced, it's far more fitting the needs of the future. So basically, that's the thing, you know, we need the same way that with architecture, you know, one beautiful example is the Bauhaus, you know, and there's other examples in the same line. Architecture created these new manuals, you know, to rethink how we, with the space, with light, with democratizing design so it could scale, adapting it to different needs, and the movement, you know, about how movement took the different expressions and shapes in different localities. We need to do the same with technology today. We have the basic code. We have interconnected communities, many communities not only looking at the, dominating market logic, but many really wanting to collaborate and build beautiful things that can help the planet, that can help culture and so on. And if we, from the moment that someone enters in engineering school, start thinking of new principles that they must follow, to build a new technology, I think that we can stop the patching and abandon that sinking boat with all the greedy people and walk out of it. So what I'm going to, because I don't want to, of course, get in the middle of your coffee and delay the conference further, I will just pass different principles that I have been thinking of with my team. And of course, it's incomplete. And of course, it's you might have, and the idea is that you will be thinking today of these new principles that we will be building. If you had 10 principles, a little manual or a little checklist every time that we are designing technology. So one is, and I think that we have forgotten, and so much. The basic is having, our grandparents and great-grandparents fought wars for these universal human rights principles. And I don't know why we are not embedding them in technology, the non-discrimination, the equality, the right to privacy, all of that, is in this foundation. And it's not digital rights, it's rights that apply to everything. That should be the first thing, the UN Declaration of Human Rights should be something that is like, not only in primary school, but in first day of classes at the university, that should be like the guide, is our global constitution. And one important aspect of it, and that is somehow irritating thing that happens with EU legislation and American legislation, is that it only applies to their citizens. And like when systems are deployed to control refugees and when data is captured to on migration and so on, all these principles go to national security, right? All the principles go to the trash can because we have a system of them and us, right? And I'm in the them side, I have personally experienced this, okay, strict privacy controls for Europeans, and then when you go to apply for your visa, good luck. And I think that universality embedded in the technology that we create is a must. Because if you design it with the principle in mind, technology will not look, at the color of my skin or at the flag of my passport. That's super important, that we push for higher levels of protection of everybody without exceptions. The second is recognizing that technology is not a vacuum and it's not something new. It's built on knowledges from the past, from different disciplines. And we know more than ever that technology is a multidisciplinary process and that we are learning more and making the best possible technology when we involve social scientists in the design of the technologies that we are creating. And not only that, also community, getting the feedback. And we are seeing here in these workshops and things that you are doing in this weekend. The other thing is not only participatory, but accessible. And one of the access points of the innovation that we are creating clashes with patents and with the agenda of patents and trade secrets that the European Union actually defends with the trade agenda, and is a global standard of developed countries, to keep innovation locked and to keep many times the algorithms in the black box and so on. Right now, there's global trade agreements being negotiated that are going to affect all your industry, and it's a tragedy that as we face a global climate emergency, that innovations that should be immediately in the public domain to accelerate the possibilities of, catching up of developing countries and also of deploying at scale the solutions that we need. Sadly, if these rules are approved, that are pushed strongly by the European Union and by the G20 countries, will remain locked for years. So open only when these companies are willing to, which will be with the vaccines, never. So participatory, accessible, it not only means, easy to use, it means access to the innovation that we are creating today. And reproducible. Something amazing happened with COVID, and it's part of the work that we are doing at the Open Knowledge Foundation, when you open source, not only the technology, but the research, when you open the data sets and the methodologies on how you came to those findings, rapidly, scientists in the other side of the world can build upon and accelerate the findings and make better research for everybody. Sadly, with data and data on research, most of it remains locked. And it's a big fight because they open it badly. There's a very interesting statistic that less than 7% of the open government data that is released globally is usable. So with technology, similarly, and with code, when we mean about open, and we are designing this, I think that if we make the technologies and the code and the research reproducible, we can accelerate changes and build this digital world better, faster, or audit the bad guys better. Sustainable, I mean, it is not, I mean, it's obvious now. I mean, we didn't consider it before, you know, it's obvious now, and it should be like even a legal requirement for any new technology that is being produced. But also sustainable for communities, and what do I mean with that? In the free software communities, we have seen many, many, many bad community dynamics that are extractive on people. And I think that it's a big rethink on how we build the communities inside the free software spaces and the free culture spaces. So it is a pleasure to be a part of, and you feel considered, you feel included, and you feel valued. For me, it was an amazing learning experience to come to head Open Knowledge Foundation and look at the CCAN and other projects that we were managing. And when I understood how the hierarchy inside the communities is built, I was horrified, because it means he or she who codes the most decides the most and has more power inside a community. And I was like, okay, but it absolutely ignores different dynamics of maybe someone who doesn't have the time, but is whose point of view should also be considered, and so on. So it's a lot of work to be done on how we govern the process to design technology. So it's not a meritocracy, but it is actually a democracy. And generative, you know, like I think that one thing that was mentioned here of the Sovereign Tech Fund, I really hope that I can make the pitch and convince, you know, a couple of governments in South America and Africa, so we can, like, you know, pull resources also into it, so it can be really a common global project. I think that we invest so much in weapons, we invest so much in failed startups, we invest so much subsidizing big tech, big pharma, big everything, and we dedicate such a little fraction for the innovation and the possibilities that can fix our future. And I think that we can do a lot from civil society trying to harness the power of communities, creating new technology, but all stays in prototype. It doesn't even go to the phase of pilot. We have seen it with lots of EU-funded projects like Decode. It's great technology that stays at the prototype phase, because nobody wants to put the money and the political will to scale it. So I think that we really need, if we think of a possible digital future, we need to start piloting and comparing notes and doing it in different places. And the public sector, it is our best ally. Municipalities, local governments, ministries of education, ministries of environment. We need to start like implementing. We need to get them out first of that broken building, because those are the institutions that are like key to define our future. And then interoperable, of course. It has to be rooted in the local, because communities, you know, like get very, the best accountability on technology is exercised by the communities. And if you can go and walk into like Nextcloud office and see, like, you know, like you are doing really this very bad thing, and sit down and see the people coding your technology is much better than if you go to an offshore office that is not even paying taxes in your country, in an abstract place that will never listen to you, even if you are destroying the democracy of an entire nation, as it is going on now with Meta and Myanmar, documented and released by Amnesty International recently. So I think that we need to, I think when we see the people coding, and when we see the people you are coding for, it changes everything in the design, the perception, and the consequences of your actions. And exponential impact, you know, like I think that we need to really remove all barriers to opening the possibilities of the good technologies that we are creating, so it can, you know, spread as fast as possible. And I know that you're thinking, oh, this is like, you know, like maybe it's too utopic. Maybe I have in mind a very practical principle that I want to contribute, and that's the point. The point is like, let's forget about the rules, like of the broken building, and this logic of securitizing myself and me as a person or as a community paying for all the risks while they are accumulating all the wealth. And let's start thinking on how we are going to build and where are we going to find the talent and the political will to start experimenting, prototyping, piloting, and then deploying this new digital future that we want to see. What are we doing at the Open Knowledge Foundation? So we are doing like 4 things, 4 very small things. We have been doing it for over 2 decades. Literacy, we think that to deploy this new digital future, the people need to understand what's going on. And we have a network of over 100 trainers all over the world, like doing this it's not a workshop of 2 days, like we accompany them in a long process of understand what's going on digital. We have different chapters in different, one of the most successful, and I think that is far bigger than the organization that basically gave birth to it. Is Open Knowledge Germany, doing excellent work. But we also have like chapters in Brazil, in Greece, in Nepal, in different parts of the world, like doing excellent work. We work on standards because that way of scaling, I think that through community standards, such as frictionless data standards, is a very effective way to do it. And we develop tools. One of the tools is like, the leading open data tool, CCAN, that it has been like, used for over 300 governments around the world. But oh my God, it takes so long to release the new version and update and everything, because of course it's not on the market logic, but it's in the volunteer logic. But I believe that there's a beauty in co-creating with public sector or with communities. And technology doesn't have to be so speedy, new version, update, upgrade. It has to serve people for a specific purpose. And I think that if we think of sustainability of communities and reliance on the technology, this constant update, upgrade, your computer is obsolete because my new system is super powerful, but it's not fit for your old hardware, that's also a logic that we need to walk out from. And inclusion, when we think on how we are doing this is multidimensional and is necessary to build this new world. We need resources, we need investment, we need our taxes not to be going to patching that broken building. Let's stop subsidizing that broken building, and let's redirect the resources to our communities. That might mean as well that bad thing that I told you about trade rules, changing those, because many of the trade rules impede actually governments and local governments to choose the local, maybe more expensive, like a provider of good technologies instead of junk food technologies, because of this the very complicated trade rule systems that we are immersed into. And that needs to change for sustainability and for local sustainability. We need to open the technologies to have these feedback loops and coordinated way to bring the latest, best innovation to all communities everywhere. And we need accessible tools. And that's it. The last thing is, in times of hopelessness, in times that you as Europeans are having a war next door, as many people in the Middle East, many people in Africa are having a very, very bad time, and us Latin Americans living in the most unequal region in the world, I think that hope is a discipline that we need to keep. I think that we are better prepared than ever to imagine and to also build a better future, not only digital, but a better future. And I think that if we, the same way that if we walk away of that broken building of technology, if we walk away from this hopeless narrative, from this tragic narrative of our world is going to collapse, we will never catch up with the big tech giants. The war is going to make our lives miserable and devastate everything. We will not have enough energy to use the actual talent that we never before had and that we have today to build this possible digital future that we are like building here right now, and that you are going to build tomorrow in your Monday morning. You are going to build every day with small contributions. And I think that the possibilities are here. We just need to start. Many of you already started. Then we need to connect with many to make it more resilient and to make it more fun. And yeah, that's in summary my message that I have. Be disciplined in hope. Be consistent in your narratives. Stop defending that there's a possibility to save that broken building. And let's start as soon as possible building as many new buildings, and many distributed, interconnected, super powerful, different in shape, good for rights buildings everywhere in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Renata, thank you so much for your passionate plea about the need for a local decentralized digital commons. You learned me a new term today, junk food technologies. That's wonderful. I'm going to keep that with me and share that with others. So thank you for sharing those principles with us. It was marvelous. I want to go over these. Let's have some questions together. Are some people who want to ask some questions to Renata? I have one. Yeah, seriously. So we have the fortunate situation, of course, that we have somebody from the politics amongst us, right? So we all love activism, right? We have this in our DNA, and we can all be activists, right? But if I hear Mike talk, what can policymakers do? You kind of hinted to it already somewhat in your presentation, but perhaps you want to make it more explicit.
I mean, if I could take one decision, if I was like, like the Queen of Europe, for one day, for one moment, one of the urgent things, is I would take each and every European institution out of Silicon Valley giants. It's absurd that I have to see all the videos of European Union via YouTube, like why? Why I have to even watch advertising if I want to see a talk, like we gave up the basic channels of communication between the people and European institutions through Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, because you have to be there. I don't know who told authorities that. If it was locally hosted and not stealing any of my, attention even, like if I don't have to go through it, it will make a big difference for invest locally, invest in local, options. That embed European values. I mean, that's the first thing, that I will do. I think that single measure will divert resources, enough resources to start like healing our public sphere, digital public sphere. And the next is for electoral authorities, of course, like stop trying to regulate the unregulated. It's impossible to regulate campaigns going through those channels. It's impossible, actually. So we need to rethink the way that citizens and then the political parties engage with this, their constituencies. We need to walk out of it. And Europe has all the ability to deploy their own.
Hope is a discipline, right? So let's abandon the narrative of a broken system and let's build a new one. Renata, thank you so much. Oh, a question? Oh, sorry. Do you have a question? No, go ahead.
There's one question I would have with regards to regulation and especially regulation of social media companies who are kind of offering these walled gardens like Facebook, Instagram and so on, where you have to register to interact with other users. And I was thinking about, like for the last couple of years, whether it couldn't be legislated that those companies have to offer open APIs so that you can actually interact with those users on those platforms without having to register there. I'm not sure whether that's something you have been thinking about.
I mean, that would be like great, like, you know, like, and again, we go back to trade rules, you know, like, it is that one of the increased difficulties is that every time that you want to regulate this kind of companies, you're creating a barrier for trade, blah, you know, like, that can be, I mean, Europe is powerful enough to like counter it, I think. And I think that it will be like absolutely logic. Like if, you know, for example, a concrete example of Guatemala, there's a lot of earthquakes in Guatemala. And the entity taking care of, you know, like alerting the population about, okay, there was an earthquake, epicenter here, magnitude here, only has a Facebook. And I don't have Facebook, you know, so if I'm this side and I hear in the news, or there was an earthquake in Guatemala, I cannot know exactly what happened because I am impeded because of this, it's not open, you know, like you cannot see. So I think that it is necessary. I mean, ideally, like, yes, they should be forced to be interoperable and to be like, but ideally we also want to undermine their power, right? Yeah.
So yeah, you can applaud for that, gentlemen. Everybody, please, please. So, Renata, I was far too quick. We have questions streaming in. So I have one from the live stream for you. So you mentioned war. What's your view on how to end war so we could spend your resources in open source software from the live stream?
You know, like I wish, you know, like I wish I had the answer. I really wish that I had the answer. When I was born in a country at war, and the war in my country lasted 30 years. And if I see the situation today, you know, like the war never stopped. You know, like it was just like the inequality and devastation that it left. It was just a continuation, you know, like, and what I can, like, the only thing that I can see that is it deeply affected the most vulnerable in society, and the effects that we have seen in Europe stay 1, 2, 3 generations. I have no answer. The only thing that I think is that we have to be like, when we innovate, and it's something that I used to talk with Julian Assange, you know, like one of the problems of the free software is that free software can be used for the military, you know, like for military purpose. And I would hate to see, like, you know, the fruits of my innovations used, weaponized, you know, like somehow. So maybe we will be like in these new principles and in these new buildings, we should like lock our innovation away from the military. I don't know. I have no answer. Like sadly, I think that we need to scrutinize and use the power of data to scrutinize where the money goes to in the wars and who's benefited from it. And I think that we are very distracted in only looking at weapons. And there's lots of providers of war and contractors of war that make a lot of money out of armed conflicts and that benefit, again, the few. Like the weapons industry and the military complex is as concentrated as big tech. We can use our learnings on monitoring big tech to monitor that, but apart from that, you know, like I think that we must avoid. We must save diplomacy. We must save the United Nations that is in a very precarious situation. We must save multilateralism, and that's not a fix with technology. That's a fix that goes deeper in society. And I have no answer, sadly. I just hope that all wars end as soon as possible, and that we don't enable escalation with that tech is not an excuse for escalation. You know, when I hear, like, you know, cyber attacks, I am terrified that a tech glitch will be the excuse of an escalation of a war that shouldn't have started in the first place.
I just had a quick question about, to what extent do you think that this is a problem that is solvable by technology, by systems, and to what extent are a lot of these problems solvable more by education? Because we talked about things like open systems and things like that, and I absolutely think that open APIs and things like that are great. My problem comes in they're ripe for abuse. And if the patterns of human behavior that lead to people abusing those systems aren't addressed, I don't think necessarily it can be purely addressed by technology.
Absolutely agree with you. It's not purely by technology, and that's why I refer to interdisciplinary. And I think that also, you know, like if we keep most of the world like as passive consumers of like two main providers of technology, we will never break that cycle. I think that we learn a lot, you know, like we have had that experience. We know when we start like doing an open data portal with a little public administration of a municipality in Argentina, for example, how much people learn from the process. And it is like growing your own food, you know, like it is a little bit like that. It is a process that involves local knowledge, understanding what you are standing, and yeah, and I think that I'm very worried about the education system and about primary schools, basically preschools and primary schools, and the way that the first glimpse at technology that they're having. I think that we need to think of the children as soon as possible and the logics of their relationship with technology, because as we saw, I mean, this is part of different talk, but what we saw with the COVID crisis, you know, like surveillance systems by design deployed on little children is horrendous, and they have stopped playing with technology and experimenting with it as a new resource for all sorts of development, and just being commodified as we speak everywhere. Anyway.
Renata, yes, please, everybody, give Renata a standing ovation. Thank you so much for this talk. So, yeah, you're mentioning coffee, but let me wait a minute. So, no, you can go, Renata. So, thank you so much. So, there's some tradition here, but before we move on to this tradition, Maria, I want to invite everybody, because we have a birthday boy amongst us, which is our dear Jos. So, let's sing together for Jos. Jos, come on stage. And we're going to sing you happy birthday. Yes, we go. Come here. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jos. Happy birthday to you. Woo!
Thanks. I was a bit afraid of that. But okay, let's please do the group photo.
Everyone, please come over. This is the tradition. Let's make a conference photo. You are invited to come over to the stage. Come on stage and we make a picture of all of you. On the stage. Be gentle with your equipment, please. We need it. And be gentle with each other as well. Let's see how this plays out, right? I trust in self-organizing principles here. If it's too small, we're going to make a second row. Let's organize, people. We can. And the people in the back need a bit of headroom as well. So if photos are happening, try to bend your knees a little so the person behind you can also be seen on the photo. Why are you so many people coming? Incredible. Is this going to fit on the picture? Peter, what's the status? What do you think? Whatever is possible to have everybody on stage. Please, everybody. No, you don't want to be on a picture? Okay. All right. Always the same people, Andy. Guys, come over. Anna, come. Our Nextcloud Conference picture. All right. You people look beautiful, really. Excellent. Sharp. Okay, let's do this. Smile, cheese. Everybody some room. Woo! Oh, sorry. Come, guys. Ladies. Marinella, come over. Maria. Maria. Woo! Right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. All right. Go for a quick wee-wee if you have the need. But we are continuing the program. We're not that strict as yesterday, but I think that's okay. All right. So we're going to continue the program, but because of the delay we are experiencing right now, we're going to keep it to one talk before we have lunch. So food is coming, don't worry. We're going to shift a little bit with the talks. And please be seated, everyone, because we're going to continue with the program. So a small change in the program. We're going to have one talk from Gaël Duval. And after that talk, we're going to have lunch together. All right, please be seated, everyone. So the next talk, oh, that was not intended. So the next talk is from Gaël Duval. It's about building a de-Googled and privacy-friendly and open-source mobile ecosystem. The story behind EOS. But so, Gaël, please come on stage if you will. So Gaël Duval, he's a software engineer and entrepreneur, but he also created the first desktop-based Linux distribution in 1998. Mandrake Linux, based on KDE. So, and it was compatible with the famous or infamous PLF repositories. That's kind of that's how I came to know Mandrake as well. So, but more recently, you launched this EOS project, a fully de-Googled mobile operating system for the masses. And you're going to talk to us about this today. Welcome, Miguel. The floor is yours.
Dankeschön. Guten Tag. I'm very happy to be here. It's pretty impressive to see all those people, actually, for me on stage. Yes, we are building this de-Google and privacy-friendly and open source mobile ecosystem. How did it start? It was in 2017. I realized that I was using more and more, Google services, and I had an iPhone at the time, and I wonder why, as a previous Linux users and open source supporter, long-time open source supporter, I shifted from this open source world to a much more proprietary world. It was a bit disturbing for me, and at the same time, I realized that there was really a question with personal data collection in smartphones. Just before we go to the next slide, who in this room is not using a smartphone? Please raise your hand. No one, so everybody can stay. And maybe you will be concerned to learn that you probably are using either an iPhone or an Android smartphone. And the bad news is that if you are using an Android smartphone, you have about 12 megabytes of your personal data that is sent every day to Google servers. And if you are using an iPhone, it's a little bit better, but it's still about 6 megabytes of your personal data sent every day to Google servers. This is a university research paper, actually. It's not myself who computed some things from the network sniffing. Actually, we are more and more to think that this should not happen because personal data are used for any purpose. And we have seen those scandals with Cambridge Analytica, etc. And we think that in the end, this situation could threaten our lives, like our freedom, or even the democracies. So this is really a huge concern. Imagine if the postman, before he would distribute your mail, your real mail, I mean, in your mailbox, if he would open every letter and see the content and add a little flyer with some contextual advertising, for instance. That would be a huge business model. The thing is that it's not possible because it's forbidden by laws. And what is forbidden by laws in the real world is totally authorized in your smartphone. And this is happening every day from your pocket. So for me, this situation was not acceptable anymore. And I started to look for alternatives. I didn't find any acceptable alternative at the time, either for me or for my family or my close friends. So I started to wonder that maybe there are some, open source bricks that we could use to make a new product that would be more respectful with a user's privacy and offer some guarantee in terms of personal data collection. And so I started to look for those bricks. And to my surprise, and good surprise, I realized that most of those bricks were already available. The difficulty was those bricks actually were not always made to work well together. So there was a big effort to do to bring everything together and have this work into a consistent and usable product for a large audience. So the next step for me was to test the idea, and the best way I found to test the idea was to launch a Kickstarter by the end of 2017, where I announced that I wanted to build this new mobile ecosystem for a large audience. And to my good surprise again, the Kickstarter was very successful. We did 4 times the target in terms of money, and maybe more importantly, I received a lot of messages from all around the world, from people who were thanking me to start this project and were encouraging me because they were already also looking for something to escape, Google and Apple on the smartphone. So this was very, very encouraging. And this is how everything started, 4 years ago, actually. Soon, in 2018, I started to create a small team of engineers, and there was a community who was supporting the project. And in a little bit less than 1 year, we succeeded to release the first mobile operating system called iOS that was fully de-Googled, and also a cloud mainly based on Nextcloud, where users could sync their images, etc., from the operating system. So what is it exactly? When we say completely de-Google, something that nobody, or maybe a few people know, is that even in low levels of Android, the Android open source project, there are some features in the source code that send some data to Google. When you start your smartphone, there is a connectivity check that is performed. Actually, the smartphone is looking for internet access. And this connectivity check is a ping to Google servers. So each time someone is starting an Android smartphone, Google already knows about it. And there are many things that we have discovered, like NTP servers that are configured by default in the source code. It's static. It's configured with Google DNS NTP servers, and it's the same for DNS servers. And then you have many other features in the middleware and in the end-user features, where all the time, all the software is sending some of your personal data to Google. So what is this personal data we are talking about? It's a lot of things, actually. It's your location all the time. They know where you are, so they can guess what you are doing in some case. It's your search on internet. It's your browsing history. It's the applications you are using, when you are using them. So this is really a lot of your digital life that they know about to fuel their business model. And the thing is that in 2022 now, your digital life and my digital life is very close to my real life. So in the end, they really know a lot about you, and this is happening worldwide. So we did this effort to clean all the low-level stuff, replace the Google services with a nice open source project that is called MicroG, that is useful, for instance, for push notifications. And we replace also pre-install, a few pre-install applications that are your email application, calendar, contacts, maps, messages, and App Store also. And we replace this with open source application. Actually, there is one exception today. This is the Maps application, because it's Magic Earth and it's a proprietary application. We hope that this can change, or that we can soon find a good enough alternative to this. We started with AOSP, Android, because we wanted to stay compatible with all the mobile applications, Android mobile applications. So on iOS, you can run any Android application, and you can browse those applications using an application that we call App Lounge, actually, and which is getting applications from different sources. One is from Google Play Store, actually, but with an anonymous mode. The other is from F-Droid, where you can find a lot of open source application. And the third one is from web application, progressive web apps, actually. And all those streams come into a single place with a consistent user experience for our users. Again, iOS is really something that we are designing to fit a large audience. It's not for tech-savvy people who know how to tune their smartphone, to prevent data collection. It's really for mom and dad and my children, those people who most of the time don't have any technical knowledge. Also, one of the things I forgot to say that in this App Lounge, we have this nice feature that shows how many trackers are built in each application that you consider to install. So this way you can decide if maybe this application has too many trackers, I don't want to use it, or on the other hand, oh, okay, it only has one tracker or no tracker, which is better. And it's a nice application I can install. And we put this logic a little bit further this year. We have introduced something called advanced privacy. Advanced privacy is a module that we have developed that has a few features to protect your privacy better. We see that one question is about applications. The OS now is really clean in terms of by default, by design, it doesn't send any information to Google. But now, third-party applications often have those trackers that send some your usage information to many different third parties. And so those trackers, now you can see how many ones are active in real time for what application. And the step further is to let users cut those trackers. So with iOS now, you can see how many trackers have been cut over a given time. Just to give you an example, for myself, I've looked for September. Trackers have been cut more than 400,000 times. 400,000 times in 1 month. That's really a huge activity that is mostly invisible for most users. Other cool features we have introduced is the ability for users to fake their geolocation. So if you want your application think that you are in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, you can do this. And another thing is to fake your IP address using the Tor network. We don't recommend users to use this all the time because it has a lot of side effects. But in some case, if you want to stay under the radar, you can use this feature. And we have also those online services based on Nextcloud and a few other open source software that lets users synchronize very easily their pictures and content, notes, etc., to the cloud to have a backup. We have 1 gigabyte of free storage, and users can subscribe for more storage. That's a very basic business model, actually. Okay, so we see that we have this operating system that is, by design, is not sending any data to Google. And we have been very happy to learn last year that it's been confirmed by a research paper at the University of Dublin. They confirmed that iOS, among all the devices they have tested, iOS was the only one that was sending nothing by default. Also, we support 250 different smartphones today. We have some partnerships with some hardware vendors like Fairphone. They help us to port iOS to the Fairphone 3 and then to the Fairphone 4. And we had a lot of demand for this, actually. And also with Gigaset, that you probably know because it's a German company that is selling some pretty cool smartphones. And also for the US, we have a partner that is called TerraCube. And we also work with some refurbishers. So what's next? So now this is the Morena one that we have introduced. We have started to sell our own hardware. This is a pretty nice smartphone, actually, with good performance for the price. It's our first iteration with the hardware, and we hope that maybe later we can have some more custom features on the hardware, maybe some kill switches for the camera or the sound. And we are also working on end-to-end encryption because we think that it's really something that will be useful for users to protect their personal data, definitely. The main concern we have today is with usability because when you are using some end-to-end encryption features, most of the time you have to keep this recovery phrase in case you lose your password, for instance, and if you forget this recovery phrase, maybe 3 years after, you can eventually lose everything forever of your data. So we are working to improve this usability with a program that we have, a European program with NGI and DAPSI. And we are working also on a few other features. Okay, we are getting noticed in the press. So I like to say dankeschön to everyone. If you want to learn more, you can go to e.foundation, which is the foundation site, or morena.com for the commercial part. And thank you for your attention. And I hope we can build a better and more private world together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gael. You are here today also. We need to move on because we have a little bit of program to take care of. I hope you are still here, Gael.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
And they're also here with a stand. So please find Gael, ask him the questions you have. Thank you for learning us all about this tracking horror going on. We know it, but you are stressed it again, so it's very important that you tell us. So, food. It's time for food. So please enjoy the food. Let's be back here at 1 p.m. and then we're going to talk more about phones. Frans is going to talk with us at 1 p.m. here in this room. Enjoy the food, people. See you back at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Computers revolutionized office productivity. Networks made it easy to share files with each other, optimizing the flow of documents. Today, Nextcloud unlocks the real productivity of teams, bringing context to content and real-time collaboration to working together. Get work done. Nextcloud.
We believe privacy is a fundamental human right, and everybody should have access to secure communication free from surveillance.
We are building decentralized products as an alternative to centralized platforms. People can choose what they want and where they want it.
We believe in open source and open standards. Open source is the only way for users to trust their devices.
We value sustainability, protecting people, society, and the environment.
We believe accessibility is a fundamental human right and technology should be accessible to everyone.
The time of our users is very important to us. That's why we do our best to make Nextcloud easy to use.
We foster diversity, from innovation to transparency and collaboration. Working with our communities and supporting marginalized people leads to a better result.
Deck. Teams use the Deck project management app in Nextcloud to collaborate efficiently. Deck works with boards, as you can see on the left. I have my private board, a board with the tasks shared in my team, and a project-specific board. You can easily create a card by using the plus and typing the description of what needs to be done. Then, set details like who works on it and due date. You can attach files by drag and drop, selection, or sharing directly to a task from the Nextcloud Files app. You can also leave comments and track what happened to a task in the timeline. When you start working on a task, you can move it to another stack, but you can also move a card to another board. And if you need to make sure your colleagues ignore the notification when you assign the task, you can share it into your team chat.
I think it's fantastic. It's great to see people face to face and to meet, folks from Nextcloud, but also a lot of the users of the platform.
It's a great opportunity for me to learn in one day a deep insight in Nextcloud.
For me, it's a good chance actually to talk a bit to the management, other users or other enterprises using Nextcloud and seeing a bit their strategy behind how they're using it, and so far it's really good.
I like the size a lot. It gives the opportunity. I mean, big conferences are important, but it's also good to be able to connect with everyone.
Everyone had his own philosophy how to use Nextcloud in their company, and sharing this with everybody and having those new ideas, I think it was great.
So I think it's a great forum. It would take me a year to talk to this many people.
In the old days, the almighty administrators managed who had access to what resources in the big directory. Things were clear and well organized, even if it could take a while for changes to be made. Today, Agile teams work together, and members manage and share their own data. It is more efficient in an ever-changing world, but it can get messy, and the company has little overview. Group folders in Nextcloud give you the best of both worlds. Admin and team leads manage company and team resources in a clear and consistent way, while individuals can ad hoc distribute data and collaborate. More productivity, more flexibility with Nextcloud. Receive a document in an email and share it with your colleagues using your file sharing tool. One of the colleagues who received it makes modifications to the document and shares it with the team in a chat room. From there, it gets edited by other colleagues who attach it to a task in the project management tool for tracking. One of them mails you a copy. Now you have 3 documents, and nobody knows for sure what the latest version is. Does this seem familiar? This is not an issue in Nextcloud. Let me show you how. I got this file shared with me. Let me share this into a conversation, then open it for editing. Now Christine can see it in chat and edit it. Yep, there's me too, the same file. She can open this file in her file view, easy. Just open it in a tab. From the sharing tab in the sidebar, she can directly attach it to a task in Deck, our project management app. Here's Leon, checking out the attachment in Deck. Him, Christine, me, all in the same document. No more mess.
I'm Thomas Hildmann from the Technical Universität Berlin, and I'm working at the data center there and providing Nextcloud for the whole staff and the students there.
Great. And what do you use Nextcloud for?
We are using Nextcloud for nearly everything that you can imagine at the university. We are storing our papers there, our raw data, and also things that is worked on the whole day.
And why is Nextcloud the best solution for you?
It is very well integrated in the infrastructure at the university. Everyone who starts at the university gets an account and can start with storing and sharing files and getting things shared from others.
So how many people are using Nextcloud?
On a daily basis, about 2,000 or 3,000, but we are about 20,000, 30,000 users over the time.
Okay, and what are they saying about Nextcloud? Do they like it? Have any feedback?
Yeah, it is a very important tool for them for the everyday work. Sure, we are using Nextcloud now for more than 10 years, and there were some periods where some things don't work as expected, but over the whole time it is something that is used every day, and yeah, and we see that's a very important tool for them.
Mm-hmm. And in what ways would you improve Nextcloud, or what would you like to see?
Yes, for us, scalability is a very important thing. We have a growing number of files in our Nextcloud instances, and yeah, at the moment we are on about 400 million files there, and still growing. And that's something we have to handle with, and that's for us the most important thing we have to look in the future.
Mm-hmm. What makes Nextcloud stand out among other solutions or our competitors?
First of all, it is. I think it's a user experience. It isn't possible to make people store their files in a solution that's not easy to use. So from the beginning, that was one of the main points we looked at, and it's still one of the things that I think it's outstanding. Another point is that we store all data in our own data center. We have full control of all the data, and yeah, the data is the treasure of the university. That's the point. So having control of it is the most important thing, I think.
Well, that's great to hear. What has changed in your organization since using Nextcloud?
Oh, it was a long time ago when we started with Nextcloud. So yeah, I cannot really remember how it was before. I think when I think back, I had this hard disk I carried from home to office and back, and we had all these CDs and so on. We exchanged and every Word file was exchanged by email and so on, and that's something that completely changed. Everything is in the in our Nextcloud, and everything can be shared to groups or other people and edited together, and that's the way that we work on files since years now. Yeah.
And personally, what's your favorite feature of Nextcloud?
Oh, I like the deck Kanban board very much, because in small groups it's a great tool to to track the task you have, and to make notes on it. Why what has to be done next, or what already happened there, and so on. And it's a good visualization of the tasks that are coming up next, or what you do now and have already done. I think that's really good, and it is really good combined with the files, so you don't have to copy and paste things from, for example, the requirements or something like that. You just link the file with the requirements at the task, and you're done. That's something I really like. Yeah.
Okay, that's nice to hear, and I also agree. Deck is really a great tool, and at Nextcloud, between all us employees, we use it as well.
Yeah.
So today's Nextcloud Enterprise Day. How do you like the event?
Yes, I learned a lot again, and I saw some people I've been in contact for a long time, and that was also really great. And we talked. I talked with other administrators and decision makers and so on. And I think I'm going home with some new ideas.
Okay, and what would some of those ideas be? What's your biggest takeaway?
I think one of the biggest things is that we will start with a high availability solution for files the next month, and let us see how this deals with our database requests, and how we can make a next step to the scalability thing I mentioned at the beginning.
Okay, great. Well, we hope to see you at the next Enterprise Day, and thank you.
In Nextcloud, you can choose to share files either as a link or internally with another user, group, or chat room. Here's how. To share as a link, click on the sharing icon by the file or folder you intend to share. Head to the Sharing tab. Click on the plus icon to create a new link. To share in an email, simply input the email address of the recipient in the section under the Sharing tab. And just like that, the recipient receives the file in their mail. You can also customize sharing options to match your preference. Find these settings under the sharing option of your choice. To share these files internally, simply input the name of the user, talk channel, or deck card you wish to share it with. Keeping track of activities on files, that's right. Check the Activity tab to see how. Sharing's been made easy. Forms. With Nextcloud Forms, you can create your forms or surveys with different questions. Share it with others who can fill it in at their leisure. Then you can view the results or export them to a spreadsheet. One of hundreds of apps in Nextcloud Hub.
would just love for you to introduce yourself and your organization.
Thank you so much. Nassim Shahin is my name, from Airspace Cologne, in Köln. I'm from the IT department, and we're working now with Nextcloud, trying to integrate everything in our company. And there are some good things and bad things about it, so I'm happy that I'm with you guys today.
What do you use Nextcloud for?
All right, so basically we're using Nextcloud as a platform to work together. All the employees or the colleagues in our company having now the ability to share files together, also to communicate in a modern way and secure way also, where we host all the files in our company for sure. Mm-hmm. And yeah, it's like to work together in one cloud platform.
Yeah, so you were looking for a real collaborative platform.
Exactly, because the challenge now to have a platform where you can have this privacy, also transparency, and the management, where you can manage your IT in a good way. Also, you have to be sure also that your files are hosted in a secure environment. So that's where I think the power things about Nextcloud.
Okay, and what has changed in your organization since implementing Nextcloud?
Okay, so there are so many happy users, also so many angry users. I think it's normal for any new platform which you hear about or you start to integrate in your environment or your company. So for sure the data transfer, also the ability to transfer big data also per email or per mail or with link, or the ability to manage your file access yourself without having to have like an extra ticket to go to the also service provider and go through all this IT paper stuff or whatever, and also the flexibility working your personal work environment, also your work environment, and then this integration with a Windows file server. I think it's something really nice we can use, and so many people are happy about it. The big challenge also that you have to compare it and accept it whenever you are used to use a certain platform, for example. Like we already use another platforms from another companies, and for sure they have also another feature and something nice. For us, the IT admins, it couldn't be the ideal solution for the users. It's more convenience maybe. So the big challenge is to make everything so attractive and work very fine and good so that all the people will accept it and all happy users. I think it's a little bit hard to do, but we're doing well till now.
Okay, well, it's great to hear your feedback. What would you say makes Nextcloud stand out against competitors or other solutions?
First of all, the privacy, that the data are hosted in your company. Also, I wouldn't say in Europe or somebody else, like so as anywhere else, but I think it's a key feature also from Nextcloud to have the ability to host your own data. And also, I think the development team is doing really great, because all those updates and new features and this community platform where you can always speak with a development team himself, or asking for the new features, and then they hear you, they try to do it, and then those events, for example, caring about the customer. I think this is something very good, because you don't have this chance to do it with the big companies. So I think this is something really good to have also, and there are so many other things I can't think about it right now. I use Nextcloud also for my private things, like a private environment. Also, I'm happy that we are using it at work. So.
Yeah. So, what's personally your favorite feature of Nextcloud?
Yeah, for sure. It's the file application. It's the most stable and nice feature in Nextcloud. In my opinion. I like it so much. I'm happy today that they announced that finally we can get notification if anybody calls us on the client. It's like a local client. It's amazing. Yeah. Also the improvement and stability about Nextcloud. This is something very, very important. And I hope that we have already, always, like we have new updates and things that we can, and new features also. So File app is my best, actually my best.
Okay, that's great to hear. Thank you.
With Nextcloud Talk, you can chat, do video calls, and collaborate around your documents. Communication is the key. Just saying. Hey, Carl. Nice hair, by the way. You have chat rooms about topics, one-on-one chats where you can even invite external participants. And on top of that, you can group files in rooms and other resources into projects. Of course, those documents you shared can be edited together in real time. Nextcloud even comes with a built-in whiteboard you can use during your calls or on your own. You can easily integrate external applications and scripts into your chat workflows. Chat messages can also be turned into tasks in Deck and from the calendar. You can easily create a talk room for a meeting. Calls can be scheduled for a specific time. This is, for example, useful for web meetings or webinars. You will never miss a call again, except when you want to miss them. With Nextcloud Talk, you can do video calls and screen sharing with several people at once. Raise your hand to get attention. R on the keyboard to do so. Sometimes you just want to leave a quick voice message, and that's easy too. If the others are on a different chat service, like Slack, Teams, or IRC, no worries. Nextcloud Talk can connect to those and chat in real time. You can also chat and do video calling with the native mobile apps. You will get push notifications anytime you get a call or a chat message, like this one here. On the road, you can share a location so people know when you'll be there. And to help your friends connect, you can share contact details.
All right, so today we're at Nextcloud Enterprise Day. Where are you coming from today?
I'm coming from Bielefeld, which is a fairly German town, and we are a full service provider for healthcare and social, and we're looking forward to use Nextcloud as an optional alternative to Microsoft 365. Okay,
well, that's great to hear. Glad you're here today. Yeah, so what do you use Nextcloud for?
In the start, we're having a proof of concept for file sharing. We're starting with using Deck as a project management tools with customers. We have to invite Kanban as a method to them, but it works. And yeah, we're trying to build a whole stack based on Nextcloud, a hub, the old stuff, chat, collaboration. We've spoken with Collabora about Office because we have pricing problems with the Microsoft enterprise plans, and most customers don't need a full stack Office. They need very basic word processing, very basic calc sheets, and so it's a very stable, very scalable setup. Yeah, and that's why we are here, why we are connecting to other people's, doing some networking. We're really looking forward for the use cases that are in the after event show, and yeah, that's part. We're starting like Nextcloud started, file sharing, and then adding more and more features in our stack, which we provide to our customers.
Okay, and how many people are using Nextcloud then?
At the moment, 200. We are. It depends on how it's accepted by the customers. At the moment, we are managing about, let me guess, 18,000 users. I think there's a possibility that 2/3 of them will switch to Nextcloud and Collabora, or Nextcloud only, because there's no need for word processing, so that only management and departments like controlling still use Microsoft Stack. And all other users will use the open source stack in Nextcloud Enterprise. Talk is a very interesting product because you can combine it with Microsoft Teams. And so, yeah, I hope about 70% of our users in the future will be able to use a stack not based on Microsoft.
Mm-hmm. What are your users saying about Nextcloud so far?
Nothing, and yeah, I'm coming from Ostwestphalia, and we don't. When we say if you don't complain, it's the biggest compliment you can have.
Okay, that's a good thing then. Just to clarify.
It really works. So you give them the interface, and you say, hey, here are your user credentials. Here's the URL. Just log in, use it, and we were very, afraid of having problems that the user can adopt to the web interface because it looks different to Microsoft. But our experience is the users are eager to try out, to explore the features, and so there is no negative feedback. Most people are happy to use it.
Okay, and personally, what is your favorite feature of Nextcloud?
My favorite feature in Nextcloud? I think DEC.
So what's something you wish Nextcloud had, or a way we can improve?
Just stay on focus, getting better performances in the web interface. There was a very great step ahead in the 24 release, and just focus on a very easy user interface, and maybe more integration of mobile devices. So our customers switching to mobile devices as their main device, and the desktop is more and more a relic of the past. And so, more mobile devices, more tablet integration, DEC for mobile devices, all that stuff we already heard in the audience here. And just focus on the stuff you do and just make your way. So it would be a great product then.
Well, thanks for saying that. And yes, it would be nice to have DEC on the mobile. What is your favorite part about today, about this event?
The networking, the use cases, and the experience of the other people around with solving problems we still have. And so it's, the exchange with the people, the networking.
And what's your greatest takeaway from today?
Our greatest takeaway that we are on the right path. So we've spoken with your Sportfillet, and there's a use case from a hospital company later on, and that are exactly the problems we have to solve at the moment. And so, that's a part. So others have solutions based on Nextcloud. So, biggest takeaway is it is a possible path for us.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Computers revolutionized office productivity. Networks made it easy to share files with each other, optimizing the flow of documents. Today, Nextcloud unlocks the real productivity of teams, bringing context to content and real-time collaboration to working together. Get work done. Nextcloud.
We believe privacy is a fundamental human right, and everybody should have access to secure communication free from surveillance.
We are building decentralized products as an alternative to centralized platforms. People can choose what they want and where they want it.
We believe in open source and open standards. Open source is the only way for users to trust their devices.
We value sustainability, protecting people, society, and the environment.
We believe accessibility is a fundamental human right and technology should be accessible to everyone.
The time of our users is very important to us. That's why we do our best to make Nextcloud easy to use.
We foster diversity, from innovation to transparency and collaboration. Working with our communities and supporting marginalized people leads to a better result.
Deck. Teams use the Deck project management app in Nextcloud to collaborate efficiently. Deck works with boards, as you can see on the left. I have my private board, a board with the tasks shared in my team, and a project-specific board. You can easily create a card by using the plus and typing the description of what needs to be done. Then, set details like who works on it and due date. You can attach files by drag and drop, selection, or sharing directly to a task from the Nextcloud Files app. You can also leave comments and track what happened to a task in the timeline. When you start working on a task, you can move it to another stack, but you can also move a card to another board. And if you need to make sure your colleagues ignore the notification when you assign the task, you can share it into your team chat.
I think it's fantastic. It's great to see people face to face and to meet, folks from Nextcloud, but also a lot of the users of the platform.
It's a great opportunity for me to learn in one day a deep insight in Nextcloud.
For me, it's a good chance actually to talk a bit to the management, other users or other enterprises using Nextcloud and seeing a bit their strategy behind how they're using it, and so far it's really good.
I like the size a lot. It gives the opportunity. I mean, big conferences are important, but it's also good to be able to connect with everyone.
Everyone had his own philosophy how to use Nextcloud in their company, and sharing this with everybody and having those new ideas, I think it was great.
So I think it's a great forum. It would take me a year to talk to this many people.
In the old days, the almighty administrators managed who had access to what resources in the big directory. Things were clear and well organized, even if it could take a while for changes to be made. Today, Agile teams work together, and members manage and share their own data. It is more efficient in an ever-changing world, but it can get messy, and the company has little overview. Group folders in Nextcloud give you the best of both worlds. Admin and team leads manage company and team resources in a clear and consistent way, while individuals can ad hoc distribute data and collaborate. More productivity, more flexibility with Nextcloud. Receive a document in an email and share it with your colleagues using your file sharing tool. One of the colleagues who received it makes modifications to the document and shares it with the team in a chat room. From there, it gets edited by other colleagues who attach it to a task in the project management tool for tracking. One of them mails you a copy. Now you have 3 documents, and nobody knows for sure what the latest version is. Does this seem familiar? This is not an issue in Nextcloud. Let me show you how. I got this file shared with me. Let me share this into a conversation, then open it for editing. Now Christine can see it in chat and edit it. Yep, there's me too, the same file. She can open this file in her file view, easy. Just open it in a tab. From the sharing tab in the sidebar, she can directly attach it to a task in Deck, our project management app. Here's Leon checking out the attachments in Deck. Him, Christine, me, all in the same document. No more mess.
I'm Thomas Hildmann from the Technical Universität Berlin, and I'm working at the data center there and providing Nextcloud for the whole staff and the students there.
Great. And what do you use Nextcloud for?
We are using Nextcloud for nearly everything that you can imagine at the university. We are storing our papers there, our raw data, and also things that is worked on the whole day.
And why is Nextcloud the best solution for you?
It is very well integrated in the infrastructure at the university. Everyone who starts at the university gets an account and can start with storing and sharing files and getting things shared from others.
So how many people are using Nextcloud?
On a daily basis, about 2,000 or 3,000, but we are about 20,000, 30,000 users over the time.
Okay, and what are they saying about Nextcloud? Do they like it? Have any feedback?
Yeah, it is a very important tool for them for the everyday work. Sure, we are using Nextcloud now for more than 10 years, and there were some periods where some things don't work as expected, but over the whole time it is something that is used every day, and yeah, and we see that's a very important tool for them.
Mm-hmm. And in what ways would you improve Nextcloud, or what would you like to see?
Yes, for us, scalability is a very important thing. We have a growing number of files in our Nextcloud instances, and yeah, at the moment we are on about 400 million files there, and still growing, and that's something we have to handle with, and that's for us the most important thing we have to look in the future.
Mm-hmm. What makes Nextcloud stand out among other solutions or our competitors?
First of all, it is. I think it's a user experience. It isn't possible to to make people store their files in a solution that's not easy to use. So from the beginning, that was one of the main points we looked at, and it's still one of the things that I think it's outstanding. Another point is that we store all data in our own data center. We have full control of all the data, and yeah, the data is the treasure of the university. That's the point. So having control of it is the most important thing, I think.
Well, that's great to hear. what has changed in your organization since using Nextcloud?
Oh, it was a long time ago when we started with Nextcloud. I cannot really remember how it was before. I think when I think back, I had this hard disk I carried from home to office and back, and we had all these CDs and so on. We exchanged and every Word file was exchanged by email and so on, and that's something that completely changed. Everything is in our Nextcloud, and everything can be shared to groups or other people and edited together, and that's the way that we work on files since years now. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And personally, what's your favorite feature of Nextcloud?
Oh, I like the deck Kanban board very much, because in small groups it's a great tool to track the task you have and to make notes on it. What has to be done next, or what already happened there, and so on. And it's a good visualization of the tasks that are coming up next, or what you do now and have already done. I think that's really good, and it is really good combined with the files. So you don't have to copy and paste things from, for example, the requirements or something like that. You just link the file with the requirements at the task, and you're done. That's something I really like. Yeah.
Okay, that's nice to hear, and I also agree. Deck is really a great tool, and at Nextcloud, between all us employees, we use it as well.
Yeah.
Today's Nextcloud Enterprise Day. How do you like the event?
Yes, I learned a lot again, and I saw some people I've been in contact for a long time, and that was also really great. And we talked. I talked with other administrators and decision makers and so on. And I think I'm going home with some new ideas.
Okay, and what would some of those ideas be? What's your biggest takeaway?
I think one of the biggest things is that we will start with a high availability solution for files the next month, and let us see how this deals with our database requests, and how we can make a next step to the scalability thing I mentioned at the beginning.
Okay, great. Well, we hope to see you at the next Enterprise Day, and thank you.
In Nextcloud, you can choose to share files either as a link or internally with another user, group, or chat room. Here's how. To share as a link, click on the sharing icon by the file or folder you intend to share. Head to the Sharing tab. Click on the plus icon to create a new link. To share in an email, simply input the email address of the recipient in the section under the Sharing tab. And just like that, the recipient receives the file in their mail. You can also customize sharing options to match your preference. Find these settings under the sharing option of your choice. To share these files internally, simply input the name of the user, talk channel, or deck card you wish to share it with. Keeping track of activities on files, that's right. Check the Activity tab to see how. Sharing's been made easy. With Nextcloud Forms, you can create your forms or surveys with different questions. Share it with others who can fill it in at their leisure. Then you can view the results or export them to a spreadsheet. One of hundreds of apps in Nextcloud Hub.
I would just love for you to introduce yourself and your organization.
Thank you so much. Nassim Shahin is my name, from Airspeedstone Cologne, in Köln. I'm from the IT department, and we're working now with Nextcloud, trying to integrate everything in our company. And there are some good things and bad things about it, so I'm happy that I'm with you guys again.
What do you use Nextcloud for?
All right, so basically we're using Nextcloud as a platform to work together. All the employees or the colleague in our company having now the ability to share files together, also to communicate in a modern way and secure way also, where we host all the files in our company for sure. Mm-hmm. And yeah, it's like to work together in one cloud platform.
Yeah, so you were looking for a real collaborative platform.
Exactly, because the challenge now to have a platform where you can have this privacy, also transparency, and the management, where you can manage your IT in a good way. Also, you have to be sure also that your files are hosted in a secure environment. So that's where I think the poor things about Nextcloud.
Okay, and what has changed in your organization since implementing Nextcloud?
Okay, so there are so many happy users, also so many angry users. I think it's normal for any new platform which you hear about or you start to integrate in your environment or your company. So for sure the data transfer, also the ability to transfer big data also per email or per mail or with link, or the ability to manage your file access yourself without having to have like an extra ticket to go to the service provider and go through all this IT paper stuff or whatever, and also the flexibility working your personal work environment, also your work environment, and then this integration with a Windows file server. I think it's something really nice we can use, and so many people are happy about it. The big challenge also that you have to compare it and accept it whenever you are used to use a certain platform, for example. Like we already use another platforms from another companies, and for sure they have also another feature and something nice. For us, the IT admins, it couldn't be the ideal solution for the users. It's more convenience maybe. So the big challenge is to make everything so attractive and work very fine and good so that all the people will accept it and all happy users. I think it's a little bit hard to do, but we're doing well till now.
Okay, well, it's great to hear your feedback. What would you say makes Nextcloud stand out against competitors or other solutions?
First of all, the privacy, that the data are hosted in your company. Also, I wouldn't say in Europe or somebody else, anywhere else, but I think it's a key feature also from Nextcloud to have the ability to host your own data. And also, I think the development team is doing really great, because all those updates and new features and this community platform where you can always speak with a development team himself, or asking for the new features, and then they hear you, they try to do it, and then those events, for example, caring about the customer. I think this is something very good, because you don't have this chance to do it with the big companies. So I think this is something really good to have also, and there are so many other things I can't think about it right now. I use Nextcloud also for my private things, like a private environment. Also, I'm happy that we are using it at work. So.
Yeah. So, what's personally your favorite feature of Nextcloud?
Yeah, for sure. It's the file application. It's the most stable and nice feature in Nextcloud. In my opinion. I like it so much. I'm happy today that they announced that finally we can get notification if anybody calls us on the client. It's like a local client. It's amazing. Yeah. Also the improvement and stability about Nextcloud. This is something very, very important. And I hope that we have already, always, like we have new updates and things that we can, and new features also. So File app is my best, actually my best.
Okay, that's great to hear. Thank you.
With Nextcloud Talk, you can chat, do video calls, and collaborate around your documents. Communication is the key. Just saying. Hey, Carl. Nice hair, by the way. You have chat rooms about topics, one-on-one chats where you can even invite external participants. And on top of that, you can group files in rooms and other resources into projects. Of course, those documents you shared can be edited together in real time. Nextcloud even comes with a built-in whiteboard you can use during your calls or on your own. You can easily integrate external applications and scripts into your chat workflows. Chat messages can also be turned into tasks in Deck and from the calendar. You can easily create a talk room for a meeting. Calls can be scheduled for a specific time. This is, for example, useful for web meetings or webinars. You will never miss a call again, except when you want to miss them. With Nextcloud Talk, you can do video calls and screen sharing with several people at once. Raise your hand to get attention. R on the keyboard to do so. Sometimes you just want to leave a quick voice message, and that's easy too. If the others are on a different chat service like Slack, Teams, or IRC, no worries. Nextcloud Talk can connect to those and chat in real time. You can also chat and do video calling with the native mobile apps. You will get push notifications anytime you get a call or a chat message, like this one here. On the road, you can share a location so people know when you'll be there. And to help your friends connect, you can share contact details.
All right, so today we're at Nextcloud Enterprise Day. Where are you coming from today?
I'm coming from Bielefeld, which is a fairly German town, and we are a full service provider for healthcare and social, and we're looking forward to use Nextcloud as an optional alternative to Microsoft 365.
Okay, well, that's great to hear. Glad you're here today. Yeah, so what do you use Nextcloud for?
In the start, we're having a proof of concept for file sharing. We're starting with using Deck as a project management tools with customers. We have to invite Kanban as a method to them, but it works. And yeah, we're trying to build a whole stack based on Nextcloud Hub. The old stuff, chat, collaboration. We've spoken with Collabora about Office because we have pricing problems with the Microsoft enterprise plans, and most customers don't need a full stack Office. They need very basic word processing, very basic calc sheets, and so it's a very stable, very scalable setup. Yeah, and that's why we are here, why we are connecting to other people's, doing some networking. We're really looking forward for the use cases that are in the after event show, and yeah, that's part. We're starting like Nextcloud started, file sharing, and then adding more and more features in our stack, which we provide to our customers.
Okay, and how many people are using Nextcloud then?
At the moment, 200. We are It depends on how it's accepted by the customers. At the moment, we're managing about, let me guess, 18,000 users. I think there's a possibility that 2/3 of them will switch to Nextcloud and Collabora, or Nextcloud only, because there's no need for word processing, so that only management and departments like controlling still use Microsoft Stack. And all other users will use the open source stack in Nextcloud Enterprise. Talk is a very interesting product because you can combine it with Microsoft Teams. And so, yeah, I hope about 70% of our users in the future will be able to use a stack not based on Microsoft.
What are your users saying about Nextcloud so far?
Nothing, and yeah, I'm coming from Ostwestphalia, and we don't. When we say if you don't complain, it's the biggest compliment you can have.
Okay, that's a good thing then. Just to clarify.
It really works. So you give them the interface, and you say, hey, here are your user credentials. Here's the URL. Just log in, use it, and we were very, afraid of having problems that the user can adopt to the web interface because it looks different to Microsoft. But our experience is the users are eager to try out, to explore the features, and so there is no negative feedback. Most people are happy to use it.
Okay, and personally, what is your favorite feature of Nextcloud?
My favorite feature in Nextcloud? I think DEC.
So what's something you wish Nextcloud had, or a way we can improve?
Just stay on focus, getting better performances in the web interface. That was a very great step ahead in the 24 release. And yeah, just focus on a very easy user interface and maybe more integration of mobile devices. So our customers switching to mobile devices as their main device, and the desktop is more and more a relic of the past. And so, more mobile devices, more tablet integration, DEC for mobile devices, all that stuff we already heard in the audience here. And just focus on the stuff you do and just make your way. So it would be a great product then.
Well, thanks for saying that. And yes, it would be nice to have DEC on the mobile. What is your favorite part about today, about this event?
The networking, the use cases, and the experience of the other people around with solving problems we still have. And so it's, the exchange with the people, the networking.
And what's your greatest takeaway from today?
Our greatest takeaway that we are on the right path. So we've spoken with your Sportfillet, and there's a use case from a hospital company later on, and that are exactly the problems we have to solve at the moment. And so, that's a part. So others have solutions based on Nextcloud. So, biggest takeaway is it is a possible path for us.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Computers revolutionized office productivity. Networks made it easy to share files with each other, optimizing the flow of documents. Today, Nextcloud unlocks the real productivity of teams, bringing context to content and real-time collaboration to working together. Get work done. Nextcloud.
We believe privacy is a fundamental human right, and everybody should have access to secure communication free from surveillance.
We are building decentralized products as an alternative to centralized platforms. People can choose what they want and where they want it.
We believe in open source and open standards. Open source is the only way for users to trust their devices.
We value sustainability, protecting people, society, and the environment.
We believe accessibility is a fundamental human right and technology should be accessible to everyone.
The time of our users is very important to us. That's why we do our best to make Nextcloud easy to use.
We foster diversity from innovation to transparency and collaboration. Working with our communities and supporting marginalized people leads to a better result.
Deck. Teams use the Deck project management app in Nextcloud to collaborate efficiently. Deck works with boards, as you can see on the left. I have my private board, a board with the tasks shared in my team, and a project-specific board. You can easily create a card by using the plus and typing the description of what needs to be done. Then set details like who works on it and due date. You can attach files by drag and drop, selection, or sharing directly to a task from the Nextcloud Files app. You can also leave comments and track what happened to a task in the timeline. When you start working on a task, you can move it to another stack, but you can also move a card to another board. And if you need to make sure your colleagues ignore the notification when you assign the task, you can share it into your team chat.
I think it's fantastic. It's great to see people face to face and to meet, folks from Nextcloud, but also a lot of the users of the platform.
It's a great opportunity for me to learn in one day a deep insight in Nextcloud.
For me, it's a good chance actually to talk a bit to the management, other users or other enterprises using Nextcloud and seeing a bit their strategy behind how they're using it, and so far it's really good.
I like the size a lot. It gives the opportunity. I mean, big conferences are important, but it's also good to be able to connect with everyone.
Everyone had his own philosophy how to use Nextcloud in their company, and sharing this with everybody and having those new ideas, I think it was great.
So I think it's a great forum. It would take me a year to talk to this many people.
Then we're going to start a panel discussion. So you might have noticed that we are missing one talk. We are not missing them. We're kind of shuffling them around and combining them with the lightning talk. So the talk from Fairphone will be combined with the lightning talks after the panel discussion. Let's wait a few more minutes. Check. Yes. Check, 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 check. We're in. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Food in the belly. I'm ready for some good discussion. So we kind of shuffled the program a bit, which means the talk, the Fanphone talk, will happen, but it will happen after the panel session, which is about to take place now. The panel session is about shaping the future of privacy, which is the motto of our event this year. And the moderator of this session will be Daphne. She's our manager alliances, ecosystem and support at Nextcloud. But Daphne is also very much known because she talks a lot about privacy and the future of privacy. And she has a TEDx talk as well. Check it out, I would say. She is the moderator, the perfect candidate for this. But also we have a couple of panelists here as well. We've all seen Renata this morning. She's going to be one of the panelists. So we're happy to have you here, Renata, from the Open Knowledge Foundation. Also, Gael. Gael, this morning you spoke also about the open ecosystem around mobile and what you are doing with the company. So welcome as well. And Frans Geiger also going to be on stage here, the tech lead at Fairphone. All right. And with that, let's kick it off.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from your lunch. So in this room, we all believe that we are working towards a better world with more privacy. The motto of this conference, as Fabrice said, shaping the future of privacy. My observation is that because we all believe in what we do, we are no longer really questioning if we are doing the right things. And this may actually limit our possibilities to successfully shape the future of privacy, because whatever system you choose, there will always be weaknesses to be critically reflected upon. And let's think back of ourselves. When was the last time you sat down just to reflect, is what we are doing the right thing? So in this panel, I will try to do, in a very short time, an attempt to discuss some potential weaknesses of our system that are often raised by critics of my work. So I am trying to use the opportunity to get fresh perspectives on thoughts that I struggle with myself when I think about the future of technology and the future of privacy. To do so, I welcome my awesome panelists, Renata, Frans. You haven't met Frans yet, but he's from Fairphone, the tech lead of Fairphone. They make a very nice ethical smartphone that I coincidentally use myself. And I also welcome Gael, which you have already met from eFoundation. My Fairphone runs eFoundation, so friends here. And Renata, I have watched so many interviews of you. So I have a lot of questions. Okay. So if we wonder, are we doing the right thing? In this room, obviously, the first question should be, should we be doing code in the first place? Because, Renata, I sometimes wonder who has more power, policymakers or open source software? Because I see that Nextcloud is sometimes encouraged, but also limited by existing policies. And I wonder, should all these passionate people go into politics? What's your opinion?
I think that neither nor, and that's the problem. I think that we have a big problem before that, which is who's funding the political parties and where are the resources allocated to for the free software projects? You know, like and so I think that in a way, you know, like it is not making the people knowing code. Becoming the next politician. I think that that's a potential approach, but it's not the ideal approach. I think that we need to become more aware of what is behind politics and what is missing from building more resilient free software projects. And I think that it is there's a lot of money in politics. One of the watchdogs in the European Union found that, Microsoft is the biggest lobby company in Europe, and then you see where the agenda of politicians go, because, who's funding politics?
So we should all get rich and then invest in politics.
Shall we fix the system of how political parties are funded?
Okay, we can also fix capitalism. Gael, how do you see this in practice? Is the potential of the Murena project currently limited or encouraged by politics? And have you sometimes wondered about going into politics instead? It's on, I think.
Going into politics, naturally, it depends what you call politics. Everything that we are doing every day is kind of politics, actually. The choice we do, the value we have or we want to share. So what was the first part of the question?
How do you see this in practice? Is Murena encouraged or limited by policies?
It's changing. I think there is some hope, and we need hope all the time. But I see that today there is all those topics about privacy, but not only. It's about strategic independency. It's about values, ethical values, these kind of things. And what we see today, I think, at least in our Western countries, is that more and more people care about their impact and what they are doing. There are more and more people who would prefer to use an electric car, maybe. We see that Fairphone has a huge success because it cares about how the hardware is built. And we, of course, know about the climate change and the problem with carbon impact, energy, etc. And I think that there is a growing awareness about all those things and in the general public. So I think that we are encouraged by these trends today because there are more and more people who would like to have something better in their pocket, their smartphone, something that wouldn't leak all their personal data all the time, something that would have less impact in terms of network activity and energy and so on.
Okay, so don't become a policymaker, don't become an open source person, let's fix the systems instead. Renata, it's always super fascinating to discover privacy news and privacy perspectives. As I said, I read many of your interviews, and in one of your interviews with Not Only Tech, you stated that we need a global ban on surveillance technologies at all levels, both commercial surveillance and governmental enforcement agencies. However, in another interview with Stanford University, I noticed you were advocating for developing AI and using AI to massively correct societal problems. So the following questions occurred to me immediately. Isn't it the problem exactly that we reduce societal problems to algorithms, maths, logic, automation, data in massive spreadsheets, while these problems are about people?
I think that it is the problem goes back to the talk that I had earlier, is how we design the technology. I think that we fix the design of it and we make it participatory, multidisciplinary, and so on. If I look at a specific example, we could be like monitoring in real time what is going on in the Mayan biosphere and in the Amazon to prevent their, destruction. When it is destroyed, it's no way back. For some problems, you really need the sophisticated real-time information together with for example, the destruction of the biospheres in Latin America. Sometimes technology designed with purpose, with principles, and design for it can really, I'm not anti-technology, and I know that it has the potential to scale and prevent the situation from getting worse. It's not a magic solution, and it has to be combined with policies on the ground, of course, and people who know the local realities inputting into it. But that's different. Like, you know, we need like the surveillance, maybe like the sensors, shouldn't be on the people. Shouldn't be in this, you know, like in these situations that are going on where, like, you know, like we need speed and coverage at a level that humans only would not be able to deploy permanently. You know, 24 hours a day measuring, like, you know, changes in water, changes in patterns of vegetation. I mean, I'm not an environmental expert, but I have talked to some that are confident in a combination of policies on the ground and technologies to accelerate certain issues. Another example is on distribution of benefits or identifying, for example, we are doing with, and that's very grassroots, we are doing with our Nepalese colleagues, something trying to cross-reference using, like, you know, citizen technology, deployed technologies to measure the quality of air in Kathmandu, and map it and cross-reference it with the public health data of people dying from, you know, respiratory diseases. That's the kind of surveillance we need, you know, like we need to surveil the air or the like, you know, elements in the environment instead of surveil movements of people and, you know, like patterns of behavior and so on.
So some of the examples of an AI genuinely solving a societal problem could be distribution of resources, or health or environmental issues?
I think that we can translate many of the, you know, like Paris Agreement commitments in a well-designed sustainable technologies. It doesn't need to be AI. That can be, that are efficient at scale and efficient at results and are shaped locally.
Okay.
But good. I mean, we cannot ignore the fact that we have limited capacities, but some technologies deployed can increase our ability to do something.
So what's your opinion then that most of these technologies require massive computational and energy resources? So if we try to solve climate change through AI, we might be causing climate change at the
I
same
think that we need to fix that massive consumption on, I think that is part of the design process. There's not only one way to do things. And for example, we have been exploring at the Open Knowledge Foundation a lot of experiments with small data that are like, you know, like that it can be like, you know, specific technologies deployed to analyze a specific situation that lead to good results. Not everything has to be big and massive and massively consuming.
Smaller.
Yeah, it can be like, it can be designed at scale, locally deployed, and based on clean energies.
Yeah,
that's the problem that we have is that the design of those technologies didn't consider sustainability in the first place.
Yeah, they just ignore it. So in my academic research, which I do next to my Nextcloud job, if I still have the energy, it doesn't happen all the time, but sometimes, I state that the most effective way to preserve privacy is to follow strict data minimization standards. So I advocate for not collecting any personal data, and if you do, to only collect the bare minimum and to delete it nearly immediately. And the reviewers that are critical of my work critique that I throw away the baby with the bathwater, with which they mean that if no data is collected, no AI can be developed, and they say that I'm killing the opportunities of AI before AI had the chance to mature and show its true potential. Counter-arguing, I always say, well, it's causing more problems than it's solving right now, like discrimination, bias, etc. But Gael, I'm curious about your perspective on this, because let's take this as a thought experiment, because your organization's product is effectively limiting surveillance on citizens. Imagine that in 10 years from now, and everybody is using a phone with your operating system and Nextcloud, obviously, will happen, certainly. A public debate arises that because everyone is using privacy-friendly, non-surveillance technologies, we have effectively prevented the possibility of developing an AI that can solve climate change. Can you imagine this scenario happening? Have you ever thought of this?
I think this is a very interesting question that makes me think about big data and AI. Because what we hear for years is that if you want to do interesting things with AI, you have to collect a huge amount of data.
Yeah.
And it helps justify everything that we see today with personal data collection, etc., etc. But to me, it's just a sign that AI is not effective enough. It's just that it's not working well. Because if you take a very simple example, I have children, and I know how to train an AI to recognize some letters. You have to make it read 100,000 types of the A letter, B letter, and C letter, just to have it learn that this is a letter, B letter, C letter. But my children, when they learn, the letters, they just see once, twice, and they know that it's an A, it's a B, it's a C. They don't have to see this 100,000 times. So I think that the thing is AI has to make progress first, to use smaller set of data to train themselves. So there are some progress to do, and that's it.
Let's go to you, Frans. So Fairphone has very moral ambitions, but there must be moments also in your organization where either technological, economic, or moral compromises have to be made. Could you share with us a story when you struggled because technological progress at Fairphone triumphed over ethics and moral compromises had to be made?
There certainly are these situations, definitely. I mean, we are constrained. We are constrained by priorities that we take ourselves, that we decide on ourselves. And obviously, we are constrained by the money that we make. So the revenue that comes in, we can't just throw out the money with the bucket. I earlier talked to an attendant here about compromise of our own values, maybe, because we want to make phones last as long as possible, and we were not always able to provide the means to the users to make this happen, and that is so the example was that we sell these modules, and the modules are used for as spare parts to repair a broken module in a phone. So the existing phone does need to be thrown out, but only a very small part of it can be replaced, and thus saving resources and the environmental impact of the phone.
But that's not my question.
And that is, and that didn't always work. And that didn't work because of, two different constraints, I would say. And one is the monetary constraint. We didn't have the resources in a monetary way to buy the spare parts, to provide our users with the spare parts necessary to actually make the thing that we want them to do happen, to use the phone for as long as possible. And the second one is a systemic limitation as well, that the spare parts might not even be there. The product that we use, the component that we use might be discontinued. And so yes, we have to compromise on our own values for very different ways, and that's,
Frans, you're also a great fan of open source. But as far as I know, Fairphone, open source would probably apply mostly to Fairphone in its hardware. Open source hardware is apparently also a thing. But Fairphone is not open source hardware. Can you tell a bit more why Fairphone didn't choose for an open source hardware strategy?
So with open source hardware, you mean that we share specifications, that we share the CAD drawings, whatever, or the specs for our components. Yes. So why don't we do that all the time? It is really, maybe it is exactly the question you were asking for earlier. So there is priorities that we have, and we don't always align on the same priorities that could really further the agenda that we have, because we need to maybe look at a different angle for the time being. And we try to be as open as possible with what we provide, and we try to facilitate and enable our users to repair the phones themselves. And I totally agree. It would probably be even better if we said, that we also enable the repair shops or maybe a different manufacturer to produce an alternative that fits into our phones and can be used with them. We did do that once with Fairphone 2, so they used to be, for instance, external connectors that you could connect peripherals to, not just a USB connector, but we also had behind the back cover, essentially USB, different kind of these examples, which the community in our own forum did pick up enthusiastically, and they played with it.
So
but,
do you think...
but it wasn't, can I?
Yeah, I
quickly finish
to ask a follow-up question on that. No
yeah, okay, then
worries.
please go ahead.
Do you think the potential for open source for a hardware company is then the same as for a software company like Nextcloud? Because we also have a community who can pick up these type of projects and we benefit massively from that.
Yes, so I think the benefit really stems from a healthy community, right? There's only a benefit to it if there is people who actually pick up on these opportunities and who actually utilize the resources that you give them. And that was what I want to follow up there is what didn't happen with Fairphone 2. So there was some individuals who were enthusiastic about it and played with it and made amazing projects with it, but there wasn't really an ecosystem building around it. Also because we didn't have the time and resources to actually build it, but it didn't happen. And that kind of a little bit burned this topic internally. So that's why we don't focus on this so much anymore, because there's so many things we want to fix and we want to work on. And this is kind of, now not so en vogue anymore.
Yeah, priorities come and go. Gael, will the hardware of the Morena phone be open source? You were planning, I saw in your presentation that you are going to provide a phone, a Morena phone?
Yes, the new Morena phone is our own hardware that we have introduced this year. The thing is that we have not designed it from scratch. We bought a reference design, and we don't have the opportunity to make it open source. But I agree that it would be very beneficial for everyone, and if we have the opportunity to do this eventually, we will do. I can see that if you take the example of the Raspberry Pi, it's a hugely successful project, and building an ecosystem around this kind of open hardware is really something that is beneficial to everyone, and that can trigger some new projects that we wouldn't have imagined at the beginning. So I'm really supporting this idea of open hardware, open source hardware.
Sounds promising. Renata, I saw that you were making some notes, so I have the assumption you have something to add.
I have a provocation.
Okay,
I think that I will be lynched by the co-panelists, and so I'm ready to run. I'm already identifying.
Go ahead, I like you already.
Do we need mobiles? Actually, I was thinking about the planet and thinking about the future of privacy. Yeah. Do we need a tracking device on our pockets following us everywhere? And is one per person? Logic, even, like I remember, the first computer that we had at home.
Yeah.
Everybody used it.
One computer.
I mean, one computer, entire family. Okay, we were fighting over access sometimes, but it was one computer sitting at home. Then we had lives outside, we could go. If we wanted to go to a place, we will check the map, before going, and we will exercise our brains to get to the next place, and maybe we will see the nature on the way, and as kids, we were playing in the streets in Guatemala, we had very fun games, and it was a very different, more connected to the human and less connected to a screen situation. Yeah. And if we think of, the massive amount of resources that will take to give updated phones to everybody the next 20 years, critical years for the future of climate, can we share our device? Can the device be can we go back to the logic of public telephone boxes and go back to anonymity and having just to carry our numbers? And, I don't know. I'm thinking about that a lot because many of the problems of privacy come from the permanent data collection, one device per person.
Yes. Yeah.
So I had this thought and provocation, and I'm thinking, like, can we conduct our lives? Does everybody needs a telephone, and can we conduct our lives without it?
Now, Frans, do you want to reply? I don't have to
No,
prepare.
I like the provocation. I mean, I do agree. I also have fond memories of my childhood. I didn't have a smartphone. We had a computer at home. I played outside, but don't children play outside? I mean, so I don't disagree. Let me start with that. I don't disagree. I don't at all. I think having these trackers in our pocket is a big problem. What I want to first focus on is then, do they need to be trackers? So can we disentangle that maybe? Can we maybe first, like Gael is doing, approach the problem of the device tracking us and then see, and disentangle that question from whether we actually need the computing device in our pocket. Because that's the fundamental broken thing about it for me. That other people are exploiting us using this device and not only using it for our benefit or for the benefit of society. And the second question then is, so that's I think we should ask separately. And the second then is, do we need these devices at all? And I think, yeah, I totally agree, and that's also one of the major focuses of Fairphone. We need fewer of these devices to be produced and sold. And one obvious way of doing that is having less of them around. Just not buying one for everyone. Like if all of us share 10 maybe, and we scale that all over the world, we have fewer devices that need to be produced, fewer exploitation of the resources of the earth, and fewer waste in the end. That would be a solution. I don't see how that practically works. That's just so freaking convenient. And I'm attached to my phone as a communication device with my family, for instance. So but what we do is making them last longer. So that also tackles the environmental impact that you mentioned earlier. And I think we can work around these things. We can tackle these problems individually. And then maybe also detox a little bit every now and then. You know, you don't need, if you go out with your friends, maybe you don't need the phone because you can converse with them anyway. If you are around your family, I feel so guilty of that. When I sit at home and my child came home from daycare, I picked her up, and then I sit there with my phone on my hand. Yes, I should not use my phone in this situation, definitely. But that doesn't mean that I shouldn't have the phone at all. I think there's nuance to that. That wasn't really captured by your question, by a provocative question.
In the end, it's probably a little bit like my grandmother who doesn't want to go off Facebook because she doesn't want to miss out on the bingo party. In the end, we all want to play Flappy Bird. Let's move to a topic of security. Gael, I tried to find back an interview with you a very long time ago that I remember, but I couldn't find it back, so I hope I don't imagine this question. The interview, I remember it, was that a privacy-friendly phone is not necessarily the same as a secure phone that is suitable for bad people when you have something to hide. So can you explain, so this was a true interview, I didn't picture it.
Yes, that's true, yeah.
Can you explain a bit more about what type of security concerns could be exploited if a Murena phone would be used by someone who does have something to hide, like an activist?
Yes, that is a real question, and thank you for raising this topic because it's something it's a question we are often asked. But why aren't you doing more hardening security on your smartphone? The thing is that if you want some privacy on the smartphone, you have to have some good security, but it's just good security. It's not hardened security. It's not very useful actually, because on the other hand, you can have very hardened security devices, but with just one purpose. It will be to securely send all your personal data in a safe way to Google, and that's what they keep on explaining all the time. So it's two different things actually, and the purpose of what we do with EOS and Murena smartphones is to give users and people the opportunity to escape the massive global permanent data collection for business purposes from Google and many other companies. But yes, it's true, we are not doing this project for people who could be targeted, like people working for governments or activists or criminals, maybe. We are not doing this project for them. We just want to make a product that will be easy to use, attractive for the largest audience, but I mean common people, common usage. And there are other projects for security hardening.
Okay, so it's a matter of focus of the project.
Sure.
Frans, I think I read that you are also very passionate about security, but if I think of Fairphone, then I can't really imagine what kind of security concerns you are dealing with. So could you tell us a bit more about the type of security issues you have encountered at Fairphone?
So yes, I do care about security, definitely. I think our involvement is on a similar level to what Gail just explained. So we really want to have a secure system for the everyday user. So we sell a phone that we want to sell to as many people as possible, and to make them use those phones as long as possible. And that means making these phones also secure on an everyday, day-to-day level. It doesn't need to be, like, we also don't address, again, I had this nice conversation with the attendee, thank you, Jonas, about activists who might complain about lack of hardening of our phone. And that is not who we cater to. That's not the threat model that we envision. That's not the focus we have. The security that, the level of security that we deal with is really fixing these known vulnerabilities in the operating system and in the firmware and applying those patches. We don't do the research ourselves to find these. That's the job of other people. And yeah.
Renata, are you, after hearing all of the security concerns, comfortable to use these devices or software?
I'm pretty, I'm pretty more confident, and I don't want to, to sound like an infomercial, please. But it is different. I mean, I'm good for options, decentralization, and knowing who's building the technology I'm using. So it's kind of reassuring to be sitting next to real humans, not not egomaniacs who are trying to fly out of the planet. As the people building our technology, and it goes back to what I was trying to say at the keynote. I think that's, if it's not working, I know where their offices are, and I know them, and I can engage in a dialogue or organize my consumer association in my locality, or I can. Get a group of users together. And it's not, when the actor on the other side is a giant, your voice is not heard because they're up in the sky, with the head in the clouds. And they only hear to big investors and big money up there. And they are they are in a level up, higher than even policymakers, than even the presidents sometimes. So bringing the technology down to earth, maybe those telephones do not have many of the things that are convenient or exciting or blah, but I think that this closeness, engaging with providers that are on a human level, an approachable level, is far better when we are trying to exercise rights and we want to have technology that works. Is much better. It's a little bit like when you buy fruits in your local market versus buying GMO fruits in the massive chain. A little bit like that. I think that is a healthier choice with a closer level of accountability that still feels human.
So when are you going to become a Nextcloud user? No, just kidding.
I am a Nextcloud user.
Oh, look at that.
Again, I know where you live, so.
I have friends high up in the cloud. So let's slowly reach to a conclusion. So the last question of me to all of you three is, what are important considerations or appeals that you would like to add to today's discussion? Frans, do you want to start?
Yes, thank you. The initial question that you had was about, or like your conclusion even to those few questions where we need to change the system. And we shouldn't be either politicians nor technologists. And I think that doesn't really catch it. I think we are changing the system to some extent, right? We are, I mean, within the system, but from within the system we are, and we don't completely walk out the house, sorry, Renata, but we are striving to make a difference, to change in our case, the electronics industry bit by bit, by example, just, showing that it's different, that it's possible to do something different, that it's possible to be responsible, and and we shouldn't just hide because it seems impossible to change capitalism. So we can change the stuff, and that's what I want to finish on maybe.
Renata, do you want to continue?
Yeah, going back to reimagine the way we communicate and the multi-users experience, and imagine how amazing it would be to bring back the idea of the public phone in the corner, but done by technology similar to these ones, to rethink a public device available for everybody, like with anonymous users that you can use passing by, that you're not conditioned to ownership of one device that is tracking you all the time. And that if you are you're out of money, or you lost your telephone, or you are in a precarious situation, or in many circumstances, that you are not completely disconnected from the digital sphere, and this public infrastructure supporting your connectivity. I think that we lack that. We saw it in the COVID crisis. We lack that infrastructure. We used to have it, at least a way to reach the other end, and we stopped having it. It would be amazing to rethink it, and with free software and open hardware, create a version that will enable people, enable us to think about technology, one device used by multiple people in a different way.
And Gael, do you want to close?
Yes, maybe I wanted to raise quickly one topic is I think the main issue today is probably that all the big techs, their purpose is not to do good products, actually. Their purpose is to make money, and as much money as they can. And everything is organized for that purpose. And in particular, I'm thinking about social networks. They really know what they are doing to capture everyone's attention all the time, and the maximum brain time as they can. For what? Just to sell advertising. And I think this is something that needs to be fixed, because there are people like you and me who are aware of this, but there is a lot of people, and I'm thinking about young people, children, teenagers, who are not aware of this. And they are betrayed in some way. They don't know that all the system is organized to capture their brain time for some business purpose. And I think that for this, the only way today is to improve the regulation. And I'm pretty optimistic because things are changing now. And we see in Europe, in the US, many people are really supporting the fact that we need more regulation. It shouldn't be the Far West anymore for this.
So that goes to my initial question, should we be doing code? No, just kidding, that's me.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much for your attendance to this panel, and I would like to hand over the microphone back to Fabrice.
Frans, you can stay because you have the next talk.
Thank you.
So we have some logistical stuff happening now. Just bear with us for a second. Do you like phones? Would you prefer a microphone or some of those? So, Frans, you're here. So you've already been announced here as the tech lead and software engineer from Fairphone. You were participating in the panel discussion, and you're going to talk today about the many ways to make electronic devices more ethical and sustainable. And with that, I hand over to you the microphone. Frans.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. You know me already now. I've been introduced. I'm from Fairphone. We are based in Amsterdam, and together with about 100 other people, I work on making phones that are more sustainable, more responsible, and more ethical. And today I want to tell you a little bit about how we do that. And I used to work on the Android operating system running on Fairphone 1 and Fairphone 2. In the last few years, I started shifting to the backend. I now develop with my small team microservices that connect different data streams from all over our company. So before I start, I want to ask you, who knows this? Who has maybe something like that at home, a drawer or a box with unused and discarded electronic devices? Yeah. We are all part of the problem. This is called e-waste, electronic waste. And it's a big part of the electronics industry. Why is that? You know, we already determined today that all of us have a smartphone in our pockets. And there is 1.5 billion phones sold each year, although we all have one in our pocket already. There is by now more phones on the world than people. Also, all these phones are not used for longer than 2 or 3 years, on average 2.3 years, I think. Then they are discarded, and only 20% of those are then reused or recycled. And if you consider all these three facts together, you quickly understand why e-waste is one of the biggest, or maybe the biggest waste stream, or fastest growing waste stream in the world. And this is a problem because all of these phones that are produced take resources. We don't really see that. We don't really see how precious and limited these resources are. But a lot of stuff that is limited goes from out of the earth into these phones under sometimes inhumane working conditions. People are exploited. The waste then poisons the ground. And yes, we do recycling, but this is far too limited to actually meet the demand for new devices that are produced each year. Let's step back a little bit. What is Fairphone? How did we start? Fairphone was started in 2010 as an awareness campaign, initially focusing on conflict minerals in electronic devices. And what device is better suited to showcase this than the smartphones that's so tangible and really in our hands? And what we try to do is trace the use of these conflict minerals, so actually minerals that fund war, that fund conflicts in different regions of the world, and trace that through the supply chain to the phones in our pocket. And we found out that's impossible. The supply chain of electronic devices is so vast, is so complex, and is so opaque that it's impossible for an outsider to look through that. So what's the logical step to do? Become an insider. So in 2013, we started becoming a smartphone manufacturer. We launched Fairphone 1, that was our first device, and tried to connect the threat coming from the minds that we know of, that we went to, that we talked to, and the threat coming from the end consumer, the phone in our pocket, and see where these two would meet in the middle. Our mission since then has been showing that it's possible to act more responsibly in the electronics industry, to also change the system from within, as I mentioned earlier already, to be part of it and to say and to see how much can we do, how much is possible already today if we just try, and how much can we improve in the future. And all of that we do by being profitable. So actually, other companies could follow us without sacrificing their bottom line. And we do that with 3 pillars, our theory of change. So we build these phones and we learn what's wrong with them. We learn what goes into them now. And we use these also as storytelling devices to raise awareness, to show what is still wrong in the industry, what is also still wrong with our phones. They are not perfect. We're striving to make them more ethical, step by step. Second, we set an example. We create initiatives, for instance, a Fair Trade Gold initiative that other companies can join. Or we build a phone that's more repairable by being modular. And lastly, we motivate the industry by inviting them to join our initiatives, by showing how it's done and inviting them. Yeah. We identified 4 approaches that, for impact areas, we call them, that we work on. The first is fair materials, so that goes beyond mere conflict minerals. We try to improve the working conditions in these mines. And for instance, we created we're the first smartphone company to integrate Fair Trade Gold in our phones. Similar to the factories, we're collaborating with our partners in Asia mostly to improve the working conditions in the factories, and there's a wide range of improvements, health and safety regulations. But also, for instance, we're the first company, the first smartphone company to pay a living wage to the factory workers. The third is longevity. We want to make the phones last as long as possible. That keeps them out of the drawer, but also out of the landfills. And it means that we use up fewer of the resources that are so limited. And the last one is circularity. When the phone actually dies at the end, we want it to go back into the cycle. I think Mike this morning made a pretty good point about circularity. And we do that by having a take-back program and inviting our consumers to send it back and get a cashback for that. I want to focus on longevity today because this is the topic, the area of these that I know about most. And so to summarize quickly, we want to keep them as long as possible, to exploit few of the resources, and we have 2 approaches to do that. One is the modular repairable approach. What you see here on the picture is the Fairphone 3. Any end consumer with just a Phillips screwdriver, standard in any toolbox, can disassemble the phone and, if necessary, replace a broken part. And the second is the long-term software support, because hardware can break, but also software can break. And this is the family of phones that we launched so far. Our debut was with Fairphone 1 in 2013. We integrated some fair minerals already, and we started selling spare parts. Fairphone 2 is the first phone that we designed ourselves, and it is the first modular phone. I have really fond memories of that. In particular also because I worked on a hardware upgrade for the camera. So our modular design allowed us to release a new, better camera version, and the end consumer could have that shipped home, take the screwdriver, and replace it. And I worked on that from the kernel throughout the entire stack to the UX. And Fairphone 3 then marked the launch of our ambitions into the wider market. We took the lessons from Fairphone 1 and Fairphone 2, applied them to Fairphone 3, and got a more stable and better suited product for the mass market. And finally, Fairphone 4 is, yeah, that's the latest device. And yeah, it's great. Let's focus on these two aspects again. So the modularity and the software part. So first, modularity. All phones since Fairphone 2 are modular. That means that without any tools, anyone can just replace the battery. But the battery is one of the key parts that break most easily. They don't break, they just, the phone doesn't last as long anymore. So it becomes kind of useless. You sit there with an empty battery and yeah, so, oh yeah, thank you. Great, there's someone showing it. And if you can just swap out the battery, your phone immediately becomes a much longer life because it lasts much longer again. You can properly use it as you intended to. And then with all the other modules, we encapsulate, like with each iteration of the modularity, we identify modules or components that break most easily or that might be we want to replace, and we turn those into components. And those you can really just take a screwdriver and take it out, replace it, buy on our web shop, and even upgrade. With Fairphone 2 and Fairphone 3, we had the new cameras, for instance. And that gave us, so that's also something I'm proud of, all our modular devices have an iFixit score of 10 of 10. I don't know how familiar you are with iFixit, but they rate all, they disassemble everything, they break it and whatnot. And we were the first smartphone brand to have, also the only, I'm not quite sure, to have phones with 10 out of 10. Also, recently, the French government launched an index that focuses on repairability, but also on the availability and also the price of the spare parts. And there we also got a very high rank. The hardware, if it doesn't break, if it's repairable, if it can last long, is great. It is not much use if the user decides at some point, I can't use this phone anymore. For two reasons. One might be it doesn't have the features that I want anymore. And many of these features are software features. So we can do something about it with software support. The second is that every software, every more or less complex software has bugs. I think all of you know that. And so does the firmware and software in our phones. And some of these are really critical. We talked about it just before. And they make the phone insecure to use. So it's crucial that security vulnerabilities get patched regularly. And if that doesn't happen anymore, then for many users, the phone also becomes unusable. And how does this work? We, just like with the hardware, we have a huge supply chain, complex supply chain, but what we rely on most is two big entities. One is Google. They develop the Android operating system that we integrate. And the second is the chipset manufacturer, in our case, Qualcomm. And Qualcomm then takes the operating system from Google and integrates it with their hardware, with their firmware. And in the end, any smartphone company takes what Google and Qualcomm provide them and iterates on it with the specific changes to their hardware, to their, I don't know, the display, the fingerprint sensor, the camera that they use. So do we. And so we also rely on these two for software support. When they stop supporting or providing security patches, for instance, then it becomes very hard for any other entity, and especially very hard for a small company like Fairphone to continue updating it. So how do we tackle that? How do we provide software support for as long as possible? We have 3 stages, and each of these phones goes through all of the stages. First, the early bring-up. we work with an ODM model. ODM is the original device manufacturer, and that's our direct partner. And they take the source code from Qualcomm and from Google and do the initial bring up, the integration with our hardware. And for as long as Qualcomm still provides security patches and supports the platform, they are also able to provide support and to do updates. That's security patches, but that's also major Android upgrades. At one point, Qualcomm stops providing that. And then the ODM also says, whoops, can't do anymore. And they stop offering this to us. That is when our in-house team steps in. And we take over from there. We've built up quite some experience already with Fairphone 2 and Fairphone 3. And with the help of the open source community, LineageOS, you might know, for instance, we keep updating these phones. We keep applying the security patches. We still receive those patches to some extent from Qualcomm and to a large extent from Google. And together with the open source community, we integrate those on the phones, and we even achieve major version upgrades. At some point, and there's also another aspect that Google only provides the security patches for a limited amount of time for any Android version. So at some point, you don't get patches anymore unless you also upgrade to a major version. And that is also what we do for as long as possible. At some point, that is not possible anymore. And then the support ends. Then we still try to provide the security patches, but at one point, this doesn't make sense for us anymore. And then the support ends. What does this bring us? You might remember the slides from just before that showed 5 devices that we ever produced. And this is the slide containing all the phones that still receive software support. Even the Fairphone 2 that we launched in 2015. And that might not continue for so long, but Fairphone 3 is definitely still receives updates until 2024. And for Fairphone 4, we even went one step further. We are guaranteeing at least 2 major Android upgrades and security updates until 2026, and even longer if we can manage. I and the team from Fairphone want to thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, please let me know. I hope that you got inspired a little bit to keep your existing phone in your pocket for as long as possible. That, after all, is the most sustainable way of having phones. And if not, maybe you get a Fairphone. Thank you.
Thank you, Frans. You're still here around, right?
I'm around, yes.
We need to move a little in the program, so if you have any questions, please look up for Frans. He's around. Ask him those questions. Thank you so much for this inspiring talk. So we're moving to the section. I'm kind of losing my voice already. So we're moving to the section of lightning talks. The concept there is like a 5-minute talk. I will be very strict here. So Frank is going to be our first speaker within the lightning talk session. And as soon as everything is set up, I will run the clock, Frank. And we get going. We had an interesting conversation yesterday, right, during pizza? Let me see.
So now you can hear me as well. So yes, we had.
All right, let me check this slideshow. Okay, Frank, you're going to talk about data portability and interoperability with JMap for Nextcloud. So build on IMAP, CardDev, and CallDev. This proves to be very interesting for all of us, I think. So the floor is yours.
Sorry,
is everything working?
I missed it up, I think.
Oh, the slideshow thing, yeah.
Automatic.
And then the cursor.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
So, welcome to my first lightning talk about data portability and interoperability with JMap for Nextcloud. As said, my name is Frank Dengler, and I'm working for Outriga, which is a company specialized in data migration from any to any platform and for several data types like email, contacts, calendar, and files. And I first, in this only 5-minute presentation, want to give you an overview quickly about JMap. Who have heard about JMap already? Okay, a few here. Okay, so, then I will quickly talk about the Open Export project, which was funded by the DAPSI initiative of the European Union here, where we did some work for JMap here and also developed a JMap app for Nextcloud, which of course is the last thing I want to quickly go into here. So JMap stands for JSON Meta Application Protocol, and it provides standardized data formats and REST APIs for several things like email, contacts, calendars, tasks, and many more here, and it's described in an RFC here. So it builds on experience with well-known protocols like IMAP, CARDAF, and CalDAV, but it also uses novel JSON data formats like JS Calendar and JS Contacts, which is the successor here of iCalendar and vCard. So the goal of it is to improve the performance, interoperability, and data portability by providing a unified API here for mail and groupware data. It has been adopted by many, or various projects here like Cyrus, Fastmail, HCL Notes, and it's also considered currently for Thunderbird and Apple Mail. And details can be found here under jmap.io if you're interested in getting more information here. So as said, we participated here in the Open Export initiative, where we wanted to provide open source components for Java, for JMap here. And what we have done here, we created libraries here to easily implement JMap for existing Java and PHP-based applications. And we also tried to enrich the standard here to make it extensible for further data formats, which, for example, we use later in larger data migration projects, for example, to also extract here email settings. And within the project, we implemented JMap API support for several webmail systems like Roundcube, Horde, or SquirrelMail. And we also implemented JMap support for Nextcloud here. If you want to get here more information, you can go to the project homepage. I think the slides are shared later. So yeah, you can easily find the links here. So now I think that's the more interesting slide for you here as the Nextcloud community here, what we have done here. We have used the Open Export libraries here to implement a JMap app for Nextcloud. This is published on GitHub, where you can download it and play around with it. It currently supports here the data import of contacts and calendar data from the contact and calendar app here. And we plan here to support additional Nextcloud apps here, like Deck and Tasks, where we could utilize JMap for tasks here, or on the mail side, JMap Mail. And also we are looking into extending it for further concepts like tables. And here is a quick cross-reference to my talk on Tuesday on the Enterprise Day here, where I want to talk a little bit about SharePoint to Nextcloud migrations. So I hope I stay in time here for the 5 minutes, and if there are questions or something coming up, we could have a conversation later or now. Thanks.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much, Frank. Perfectly within time. Yes, you're going to speak also at the Nextcloud Enterprise Day about indeed the migration scenario. So thank you so much for informing us and telling us about what you're doing. So with that, let me take the microphone from you. I will ask Pedro to come on stage. I hand over the microphone to you, Pedro. And meanwhile, I'll set up your presentation.
Okay, thanks.
This is the one.
Exactly. Beautiful. Yes, wait, can I use this?
You can, yeah. Let's see if I go. Yeah. So forward, backward, forward, backward.
We only go forward.
And you can go backward. This is the backward button.
Okay.
So Pedro, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks. And you are my human timer.
I am.
Thanks. Okay. Hi, everyone. So I have 5 minutes. So let's check all the cool improvements from the past year on Collabora Online. So first, it's great to be here within friends. And I think Frank already mentioned it earlier yesterday, that we have really this joint effort on the technical front, but this relation goes further. So across the board, we really hope that if you are trying to find a solution with a cool office suite, just talk with Nextclouders, yeah? We actually prefer that way. We like to handle our business via our partners. You know, after all, they are cool people. So, yeah, and of course, this wouldn't be possible with all the names within our community contributions, yeah? And this is not even all of them. So then we even have our translators, and for that, we even have monthly crediting. So we really hope that everyone is happy, and we like to see you on our side. So, yeah, thanks. Yes, thanks. Yes. And we really don't strive only to be cool. We really like to be interoperable. So we will see that we not only care about file format standards and all this jazz that you have heard about during all these days, but also these features that might go an extra mile on being interoperable. So file properties got improved, now native thanks to Adfinis and all the cool work from Nick Wingate. Thanks for that. Spark lines, awesome, now available. Again, an extra mile on the interoperability front, thanks to NGA and Tomasz Quickie. Thanks. He's somewhere, yes, thanks. Yes, also it's quite important to make sure that your documents are properly created. They are not missing any accessibility tag. So we got you covered, don't worry. So yes, it's an intelligent way to keep your documents in check, but also it's an intelligent way to keep it interoperable. You get the gist. It's also possible to repair a document now with improvements. Dialogues are getting improved, and again, native as well. Form controls, this is a big one. Now you can start to plan the Oktoberfest from this year. Oh gosh, I'm quite late. I need to get back to it after this conference. But thanks to NGA, Depsi, and of course, Miklos Vanya, which is somewhere, yeah, thanks. And Rashesh Padia, 2 minutes, thanks. Spreadsheets now got huge improvement. And again, this is one of those things that are resulting from this joint effort. So thanks, everyone. Spreadsheets are now with a beautiful face, and it's just getting better. Like, we have things hidden, waiting to see the light. So it will just get better. I cannot wait, yeah, but I cannot show you everything, but because it's not really 100% ready, but there are more things coming. Mentions, new additions. Now it will be possible to mention users right within your document's content. Again, part of this joint effort, so it's really great. I think I have too many slides. Scroll bars got improvement, and more spreadsheet improvements where your content is the key. So we try to get the interface out of the way. And all these, 1 minute probably, right? Yeah. Being even more performers, so 75% bandwidth, saving faster CPU processors, and we are moving to a better compression algorithm. Thanks.
Thank you, Pedro. The always entertaining person from Collabora. Thank you so much.
Always counting.
So, Nimisha, may I ask you to come on stage? So, I hand over to you the microphone. I will set up your slides here. So, Nimisha is our UX hero at Nextcloud. And she's, yes, we can, absolutely. So, and she's going to talk how to make Nextcloud more intuitive, useful, and fun by contributing to design.
Full disclosure, I also have like way too many slides, so where's Pedro? You are my biggest inspiration in how to do like a lightning talk. There we go.
Go ahead.
So I hope I don't get kicked out of the conference. So yeah. Hi everyone. So my name is Nimisha, and I am I work as a UX designer at Nextcloud, and I also, is this playing by itself? Okay, oh my God, spoilers. But, okay. Keep at it is. Nice, so let's start over. Please restart the timer because this is so stressful. Yeah, so I'm Nimisha. I work as a UX designer at Nextcloud, and I also started off as a contributor. And it was a very enthusiastic contributor at that, because when I started contributing, I was still in college, and I hung out in every single design call because I didn't want to do my assignments. But clearly, I enjoyed contributing to design because I work here now. So when I first started contributing, I thought that open source was just about coding and programming and coding and programming, but turns out there's way more, as we discussed in the panel yesterday. If you haven't watched it, please go watch it again. You can write documentation. You can also do translations. You can organize events like Greta did. You can write blogs. There's so much. And since I worked on design, let me show you a little bit about how you can maybe contribute to design. So let's start small. If you see any little paper cuts or design glitches, like the alignment is off, we get that a lot. We also point that out a lot, so that'll be really helpful if you guys also point out that the alignment is off sometimes. You can just open a little issue about it, with maybe a screenshot. It doesn't have to be super complicated. Just opening an issue about it can really help get the problem fixed. And these are small improvements that have a huge impact when fixed. Also, feel free to include a mock-up of maybe what the solution could look like. Feel free to go in different directions. These are all the different directions we went in with the new design before we decided on the last one. And that can help get some more opinions on what's the nicest looking one. Speaking of mock-ups, actually, when you're developing a new feature, usability studies can be super useful because, and repeat after me, something that's obvious to you may not be obvious to everyone else. And it's something you really need to understand when you're making a new product as a developer, because you're making it for other people who aren't developers. So how do we do a usability study? Okay. No. Oh, yeah, there you go. The order is wrong, but okay. First, you decide on a task. It can be, create a feedback form for your online classes and share it with your students. Then you find someone who has probably not used this software before, and you ask them to do this task. And you might see that they're pausing somewhere, they're searching for a button, and you note all of these down. And if they ask any questions, note that down as well. And yeah, that's basically it, actually. If you do that for just like 2 to 4 more people, you're done. And now you have nice little document with all the pain points that you've really noticed that people are going through when they're using your little flow. Speaking of talking to people, surveys are also something that you can do to get the opinions of what people are going to find useful. We also had a couple of surveys recently. I don't know if any of you recognize this. But depending on the goal of the survey, designing a survey is super wide and it's its own thing. So let me just give you some general survey design tips that we try to follow. For example, keep it simple. So people are not going to answer a question that they don't understand. So don't use technical jargon. Keep the language uncomplicated so that people know what your question means. And keep it short. So Open-ended answers are tempting to use because it seems like a easy way to get your answers, but most people just don't answer open-ended answers. And it's really difficult for you to analyze as well. So maybe you can use a little radio button combination of like the most popular answers that you might expect. And third, keep it useful. Don't ask for information that you don't need. For example, we didn't ask for age or gender in any of our surveys because it's just not useful, even though it's like demographic questions that you can just ask because it's asked in every survey, but we don't really need it. So yeah, you can do surveys, and I think the last one is gap analysis. So gap analysis is basically just a survey of what's happening in the general area of your product and seeing what your competitors are doing so that you know that you're not developing a feature that no one else has and people are actually going to find useful. So in this example, let's go through an example that we literally did for collectives. So the competitors for collectives are like Confluence, Notion, Coda, Etherpad, Scriptpad, a bunch of stuff. We just selected a few of them. And then you take one of these competitors and see if they have any cool features. For example, Notion has page emojis, header images, table of contents, all nice stuff. And then you note down if anyone else has these things. So clearly, table of contents is the most popular option over here. And then you just keep doing that until you have a bunch of options, and boom, look at that. You know exactly what you need to do to get on par with every other product in the market. So those are some things you can do to contribute to design. You can join us on GitHub using the, you're on GitHub, obviously. We're an open source organization. We also have a design talk, a public channel where you can pop any small questions you have, and we also have a regular design call at 2 p.m. every Tuesday where you can ask to get your app reviewed. Join us. Thank you.
Excellent, Nimisha. Thank you so much for your talk. All right, and then we move on to the following talk from Sunik. Sunik, can you come on stage, please? Yes, this is yours. I'm going to set up your presentation.
Thank you. All right. Well, hello, I'm Sunik. Oops, it's playing by itself again. There we go. Okay. I'm Sunik. I joined Bitfire, which is the company behind DAFX5, this year in January, and I have the pleasure to talk about what's new and what's planned. All right, yeah, so everybody can hear me. With our Android app. All right, so let's get started. What is DAFX5 again? For those of you who don't know, we talked to some people. We already realized that many people actually are using it already, which is great. But it's your sync solution for any contacts, calendars, tasks, notes, and journals from your Android device to the Nextcloud, for instance, or any other server. But of course, everybody uses Nextcloud here. And it's, yeah, as I said, the perfect addition to your Nextcloud server. And you can access your WebDAV and cloud files with those as well, which is a major improvement, which I'm going to talk about in a second. So some numbers. At the moment, there's about 300,000 concurrent daily users. Half and half Play Store, F-Droid, but F-Droid takes the lead, like, yeah. And we have more than 50 business clients with a managed version of DAFX5. Should you be interested in that, come talk to us afterwards, and we manage something. Yeah. New features, the WebDAV access, which I mentioned already. You get the live access. We implemented it with a storage access framework from Android, and as such, you will need a compatible Files app or any other app if you want to edit it. With this, it will be possible to edit some text files as if they were stored natively, but they are on your server. Yeah, and you can also stream videos of any size. Like, that's very useful in your home network. If you got some movies on your NAS, it's quite nice. Needs a good connection, but in your home network, that's usually the case. And the next one is Notes and Journal Sync. So the vJournal standard and yeah, the notes, which we worked in collaboration with the JT Export developer, Patrick, is with us as well. In 20 minutes, he'll give a talk about the JTX port, which is a new app, and he's going to give you all the details about that. But we are already able to sync all those notes and journals which you create with that app. Yeah, and then the next one isn't so much a feature and is planned for the future. We want to switch away from the work manager, from this Android Sync framework, and we want to use the work manager because the Android Sync framework really is a pain to deal with at the moment. It doesn't sync reliably, and well, we get frustrated users, frustrated, ourselves, and the work manager hopefully will allow for much more control and also make this a thing of the past. All right. And the next one is data migration tool. So we're often asked from people which still use Google, like how they can actually move away from it more easily. And it's not yet implemented, what we hope to get around that, like with the work manager in the upcoming year. This one may be early beta in December. So we'll make it much easier for people to actually do the jump from Google to Nextcloud. And this tool could be will hopefully provide a lot of help with that. Yes, okay. So we have a stand which was standing over here. Now it's downstairs. If you want to come over and have a chat, grab some stickers or get a free freedom drink, we're happy to do that. Otherwise, get in touch, on GitHub discussions, or follow us on Twitter for the news. And we're open for any contributions and ideas. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Sunik. Thank you so much. So we're going to move over to the next talk. Yes. So, all right. Greta, thank you so much. Don't push the slideshow button, she said. So may I ask Michaela to come on stage, our our content hero from the marketing team. She's going to talk about European governments moving towards open source. This is yours. Going to get your slides here. Not doing the slideshow. Floor is yours, Michaela.
Okay. Do I just do
the middle one is going forward, and this one is going backwards.
Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Michaela, and I'm the content marketer here at Nextcloud. And today I'll be talking about why European governments are moving towards open source. All right, so Microsoft and Google, we all know them, yet even though I would love to not have these logos up here today, we have to realize that they do have a brand presence in all of society, and we have to accept that. But why are European governments moving away from big tech companies like this? All right, so there's 3 reasons why European governments, other companies, and organizations are moving away from big tech. So the first reason is vendor lock-in. So Microsoft Teams is the default program when you install Windows, and so it's very simple for companies to start using this product and eventually use other Microsoft products. So eventually, over time, companies become dependent on these big companies, and then that limits their flexibility. Whenever, Microsoft, for example, they make a big change in their systems, this means that they have no right, they don't have no say in it, so they have to do what they want. So that's a little about vendor lock-in. The second reason why European governments are moving away from big tech is because they are not data secure and private. This is something we all know why we're here today. And thirdly, they're not GDPR compliant, which brings me to the next slide. All right, so I'm not sure if any of you have heard of the US Cloud Act. But it's a current US act. Basically, big tech companies like Microsoft and Google, they are forced to hand over any data in their systems, even if it's from overseas, over to American government authorities like the FBI at any time upon request. And this was a huge, huge ordeal. So another point I wanted to bring up was the European Court of Justice decision called Schrems II in 2020. And this invalidated the US-EU privacy shield on account of these US surveillance and data transfer programs. So today, privacy shield is of course invalid, and what the US and EU have been working on is called the Transatlantic Data Privacy Framework. And this is definitely under question and criticism, as people do not believe it's really going to make any big changes. All right, so the first example I'd like to talk about is with the state of Baden-Württemberg in Germany. Their procurement chamber, just this July, made a non-appealable decision that the transfer of personal data to a country outside the EU is impermissible under GDPR. And for a long time now, these schools have relied on Microsoft 365 products, but they now have to switch to data private solutions. So this is a huge step forward, at least in one state of Germany. The second example I'm giving today is in Helsinger, Denmark. This is a very small city that has recently come to the attention of big news because Denmark's data protection regulator found that local schools aren't really understanding what Google is doing with their students' data. It's come into concern that students' data is actually being used to improve Microsoft or Google services and training its artificial intelligence. And so they have made the decision this school year to block around 8,000 students from using Google Chromebooks. And the last example is in Sweden. Their procurement office as well has decided that big tech companies are a breach of GDPR. And for example, the National Research and Education Organization has decided to switch to open source, and Nextcloud has a really great case study on 750,000 students switching to open source solution. So based off these three examples, what we can expect is a huge ripple effect across Europe. More and more government leaders are looking towards open source, and sometimes it isn't up to the whole European Union GDPR. Individual countries and their leaders have to start making decisions to move to open source. So hopefully we're going to see this in effect more and more. Yeah, so we'll see who's next. I just wanted to point out this really awesome study by the European Commission. There's a big section on Nextcloud in there, as we are considered a role model for open source businesses in this study. So definitely check that out if you have time. It's in one of our blogs. All right, so thank you. And if you'd like to learn about any more of these topics or data privacy issues, just check out the blogs for our Privacy Wednesday campaigns. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michaela, for spotlighting all these stories and writing them for us, because you're actually doing all the research and writing all those great articles. So thank you so much for that. All right. Let's go over to the next talk, next lightning talk. That is one of our Nextcloud engineers with the conspicuous name Liz. He's going to talk about 11 user events your app wants to listen to. Liz, I'm going to prepare your presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi, welcome. Yeah, I'm Liz, as said, and the title was also already mentioned. Why do I want to talk with you about user events? Because it's very basic and it should be documented, right? That is certainly the case, but what I was wondering when I gave this idea for the proposal for this talk was to get actually a state of where we currently are, because it has a little bit of background. We had an evolution of different event systems. Nextcloud started from very early on with the hooks and went over the emitter approach, and eventually arrived at this event dispatcher with the typed events. So that has some, the old approaches were that had some issues, of course, so that we kind of changed it over time. I think the last step was also due to an upgrade of the component from Symfony. But it also means that we had to migrate the old events. Some may still be there, and there are also still some code for backwards compatibility. But yeah, I wanted to see first whether all the user events actually are there, and then there's another thing, because we have different user backends. So we have the local ones like the database, which is built in, or the guests app, which is also a local backend. You can source users also from other places, like from LDAP or via SAML or OpenID. And some remote backends can be also written to. So there's a plugin to also write back to LDAP. So that makes it maybe a little bit more complicated. That's why, I looked into this as well. And here you see the cycle. It is not a cycle, but an arc, really. And we will now step forward through the event types here. So provisioning events, we have them when the user is created. And the events typically come always in tuples. So you see there in the brackets the before. So usually there's an event that is being emitted before something happens, and then after the action actually completed, then there's an event like user-created event that is also being emitted. Now you see already here that only a few of these backends I noted down behind this event, because that's also what I figured out, that some backends do not really emit this. And the background here is that we have in the abstraction, there's a method to create a user. But this really has only effect on those that actually write it somewhere. So like in the database or the guest, because they write on the local table. And the LDAP write support, it's also sends this upstream into the LDAP repository. But others, they perhaps do not listen to this. And then the second one, the user-added one, this is group-specific, so if it's added to a group, this has, of course, only relevance to the group backends here. And the LDAP backend this time also emits this. So maybe this is a little bit confusing, and maybe this is also that we have to address at some point. The bottom one, this is rather an edge case, or a user ID is accessed. So in this case, there's not supposed to be a heavy user creation logic to be executed. Only maybe some logic that updates databases basically about the available user IDs or so. But in most cases, you will not want to listen to this because it's really an edge case here. Then the activity events, that's mostly about logging in, logging out. The login with cookie event is agnostic because, well, it's a cookie that's sent from the browser, and no other backend is being pulled in here because it simply goes via Nextcloud logic. But the user logged-in event, this is also again dependent a bit on the logic of the backend. And it also emits it properly and announces it. And logout is again agnostic because we also have some core functionality that needs to be executed to properly log out the user. We see then an old type event here on the bottom. That's a generic event for the first login. I think that we can also migrate at some point into this user logged-in event because one of the difference between the generic events is that it takes an OPEX structure of some metadata, but this is you need to kind of know the internals about this, so it's not exposed at some point. But the user logged-in events are classes that are then sent around, and they're in the OCP namespace, so in our PHP API, and there you see which data is being provided there, user ID, login name, etc. And then we could also add a bool value whether it's a first login or not. The modification events are emitted for 5 types. It's when the display name changes, when the email address changes, the avatar, the quota of a user, and the enabled state. And this is basically agnostic, but it goes via the user component from core. And this is a little bit tricky with those backends that actually then write or not write to remote, because then you could run in a circle. So there are some tricks for the backends to announce this properly, but if you just want to listen to it and react to it, then it doesn't need to interest you too much. And there is a special event here when the password was changed. This is then also emitted. Eventually, when a user is being removed, it has events as well, obviously. There was much. These are agnostic also into some degree because they need to be then removed from all the internal databases. But what we also can only do is to clean up the data that we Nextcloud core files on the server know about. So that is about the central tables and the file system. But if your app has your own tables where you have user data with the user ID, then you need to clean up after them yourselves. So I think that's the most important part actually, that when a user is deleted, that also the data is cleaned up so that a possible future user does not get old data. Right, and eventually use cases, so it's all about housekeeping basically, maybe initializing some tasks, background tasks, perhaps also about integration when you try to reach out to other servers, mail server, for the mail app, for instance, I do this. These are the typical points where you want to listen to it, to establish some tasks or remove them even. Sometimes takeaways, it's basically a repetition of what I said before. And then eventually the final slide is how you can register a listener. That should be in the documentation. It's straightforward. In your application PHP, you have the register method. You can just edit. You provide the class names from the event and from your listener. And on the bottom here, you see your own implementation. So where the 3 dots are is your logic, basically what you want to do. And this is a simple structure of a handler. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your talk, Liz. So let's move on to the next talk. The always lovely Anna from our engineering team. She's going to talk about mail. She was also in our keynote presentation yesterday. Anna, here's the mic.
Thank you.
Set up your presentation, just a sec. Right. Full screen.
All right. Hello. I'm going to quickly talk about the IMAP integration we have done for mail. So this is the RFC 6047, and it defines the integration of the IMAP protocol with a mail client. So you have all seen this screenshot. This is what it looks like. You can accept, decline, and so on invitations from a calendar in mail now. And this is a bit of the technical background. Now, let me first get into the commonly used terms that we're going to be talking about today. We have the organizer, which is the person that sends or cancels an invitation. We have the attendee, which is the person who receives an invitation. And the V event is the text file that contains all the information about the event. The parsing happens in the mail. So you receive an email, and the content header will tell you what type of message it is. So it can be one of three, which is a request, a reply, or a cancel. Now, a request and a cancel are sent from an organizer, and the reply is sent from an attendee. An organizer will either send you an invitation, which you can accept with the previous dialogue, or he or she will send you a cancel of a previous event that you have been invited to. The attendee sends a reply, and in this reply, the really important part is to not share data that only the organizer will receive this email. So let me get into the technical considerations. Who is allowed to do what? This is the really interesting part. So the organizer has to be the one that sends the cancel. How do we check this? Well, we go through the V event, and if you receive a reply or a cancel, we make certain checks on the attendees, certain checks on the organizers. This has been a really interesting and fascinating piece of code to write because there's just so much stuff to do. So first you have to check the email address, then you have to check the reply to header, which can also be used to define that this is an email from an organizer, because sometimes you have system emails. So it is still very important that the email gets processed from the system email. So set a reply to header and you should be good to go. And then you have a really, really nice feature that is a party crasher. It is actually called that in the scheduling RFC. They're called party crashers. We also have a comment in the code. I really love that. And you are not allowed to party crash with IMAP. So really important to check if the attendee that is sending you a reply is actually in the original event, because otherwise I could just send a reply to any old email, you know, a shot in the dark, and invite myself to your CEO's stakeholder meeting or whatever, and then be accepted and be able to take part in this event. Maybe I get a talk link or whatever, you know. So yeah, it's a good thing to have a security consideration like that. And then, of course, you have to write the data to the backend. Now, this is the classic write to the CalDAV backend in our case. It has been a bit of a challenge to implement this with the Sabre library at the moment because of all sorts of considerations on how to actually get the CalDAV backend in the code, since we're writing from mail to the CalDAV backend. But all in all, it has been a super interesting challenge. So if you want to take a look at the code or like talk to me, feel free to. I will be here all day. And this has basically been my talk. So thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you so much. Quick and sweet. Thank you. Right. So we're going to move on to the next talk, which is from Joseph. Joseph, you have also a very conspicuous SIG name, Zig. So let me welcome you on stage and give you the microphone. I will set up your presentation. This is the clicker thing.
You like those colors, right?
Excellent.
So thank you. So my name's Joseph Zikusoka. I'm sure most of you can spell the last name, but most of you now are my friends. I think you call me Zik, right? Zik is much easier. Actually, back home where I come from, Uganda, I'm also known as Zik, at least by most folks that are close to me. I'm supposed to start with a joke. Let me try to attempt one, and that is that I flew all the way from Africa to basically get to Berlin to try and increase my Twitter follower count. So, good. Some people are laughing, so that's great. But please follow me. Those listening those in the online community. I also have a GitHub account. So, but the GitHub is Zikusoka, the last name. So you basically GitHub/Zikusoka. So you get to see some of the work I've done, command line. Mainly, I've been really big into open source Linux. So I've been writing quite a number of tools, online tools, that I use personally and for other things. My experience and connection to Nextcloud essentially is way back from the famous fork. I don't want to go through that. But basically, when the switch happened, I also basically switched. And I've been using Nextcloud literally to help small-sized businesses in Uganda, a couple of companies in Kenya that basically have been installing instances of Nextcloud, mainly really for office use. But there are also clients that are mainly like non-government organizations, really doing charity work. So that's been nice because they get to save a little bit of money, and then also there's not so much of a hassle, licensing and all that with the big guys. So Nextcloud is really it. I'm hoping I can really push that when I return much more aggressively. So thank you so much for the developers of Nextcloud. You're really doing a great job. In terms of the smart home, I really do think that Nextcloud really is really it kind of really they match, the two really match, because you're really talking about being local, right? With Nextcloud, you're really talking about it being secure. You're really talking about it being private, right? Yeah, for your privacy. Those are concepts that are really the same thing with a smart home, right? You really don't need to be literally going into the cloud to turn on a light, right? I mean, that's kind of like, it doesn't make sense. So we've been using a bit of, not quite open, but Zigbee, Z-Wave protocols. But where Nextcloud comes in basically is really more the two, like to schedule reminders, basically reminders, and then also file sharing, because then you can have your photos, music, video files, TV shows that you can push to different devices in the home, smart TV and all that. As far as the scheduling, you can have your birthday reminders, your appointments coming up. And basically, we use the calendar, mainly using the CalDAV integration. So then we pick that up and then use it to send notifications, say, to your smart speakers around the house, notifying you if, let's say, you have an appointment the following day, or you have a birthday or anniversary coming up for any person in the home. But so Nextcloud really is, it doesn't seem like the first thing you think about, but actually it is, because it's really, the idea of it being open and being open source, being local and being private is really what you want a smart home to be, as opposed to something that is, like outside and managed by someone else. So I'm really very, very grateful to you all guys who are doing a great job at like contributing. We are trying so much also to try and see if we can push people towards Nextcloud and just in general, but also come up with cool applications. I've really met a lot of very interesting folks here, so it's really humbling for me. Thank you so much. That's it for me.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Thank you for being here and for talking to us. All right. So Patrick, you're on.
Thank you.
You have such an interesting job title. Organizing of random thoughts and erratic activity.
As I'm the owner of my own company, I can give my name
That's
whatever I want.
I love it. I love it. So let me fire up your, oops, that's exciting.
Uh-oh. Yeah, in fact.
Yeah, but give me a second. Yeah, no, it will work out. It goes up. Oh. No. So we're going to do something from another way of working around this. I'm going to fix this. Well, I'm going to ask Jan to come on stage.
All right,
and
we can
I'll
do it like
ask you to come back. So meanwhile, I'm going to fix this.
All right.
All right. Jan, may I ask you to come on stage? No, Jan from Nitro Key. Sorry, Jan. Yeah. You guys are all right. So I fire up your presentation. No, this one. Floor is yours, Jan.
Thank you. I'm going to talk about Nextbox, which I announced here a couple of years ago, 2 years ago maybe. Back then it looked a bit different, but now we have the Nextbox, released maybe 1.5 years ago or something. So it's produced and shipped for a long while like this. What it is, as you see, it's a metallic box including including Raspberry Pi and SSD or hard disk, and of course a Nextcloud instance. So the approach here is to have a simple to use and reliable Nextcloud under physical control of yours. So it's a different approach from maybe a do-it-yourself solution where you buy a Raspberry Pi or some other device and install it and maintain it. Here it's more a carefree, zero-maintenance solution where you get easy to use, actually automatic software updates for long term, and you can install it and use it with minimal technical skills required. Technically, it's based on a small Debian system, which we customized, where we execute the Nextcloud in a Docker container, and with a high focus on, or strong focus on having reliable software updates, because this is usually a critical point. And usability, coming to usability soon, plus security, of course, since NitroKey is a security company. We tried to have a minimal system in order to have a small attack surface and therefore achieve a secure and reliable system, which is important when you want to use it perhaps for personal info, identifiable information under certain regulations such as GDPR, for instance, or just for personal use at home. And one thing which can become very complicated is if you, of course, since it's a cloud system, you want to access it from remote. So you have the box typically at home or in your office, but you want to access it when you're not in this location. So we talk about remote access, and we put a lot of effort into it, making this reliable and easy to configure. And we have a couple of options how to use it. Usually via direct peer-to-peer connection between your, say, computer or mobile phone and this Nextcloud instance, where we use a DIN DNS locator. But in case this doesn't work, we have a proxy fallback. And I'm going to give you a quick demo here. Excuse me, can we get this video up and running, which is somewhere? Oh, there's no sound. All right, so what we're having here is a brand new device after logging in, and it's usually a Nextcloud as you expect, but here this icon at the top is our Nextbox application. where we offer these the configuration services and administrative tasks which are required. Here you see, just a second. Here you see an overview, and in case you want to have a backup stored on an external USB drive, you can manage these external USB drives in the storage management area and perform backups or restores through these user interfaces here. And you see this larger area, remote access. Here are the different options which are possible. As I mentioned, a proxy as a, more as a fallback, and the preferred solution is a guided dynamic DNS. But we are looking at the proxy first because it's the most easy to use. You enter a DYN DNS name. This nextbox.link domain is a service provided by us. And you simply choose a domain name and you're good to go. Now it's configured. You can use the link already. Here as shown in a separate browser tab. You can now remotely access your Nextbox through a proxy service provided by us. So in case you don't want it, you deactivate this and go for dynamic DNS, where you choose the email address to register, and again, maybe a bit too fast, and here again, domain name of your choice, at least a name under DDYN.io of your choice, and this DYN DNS service is then registered. You get a confirmation email from DSEC, which is a non-profit organization here in Berlin, which hosts this pretty reliable DYN DNS service. You have to confirm this captcha and get then a token. So it's a simple process as you're used to when registering somewhere with your email address. So you paste the token in here, confirm it, and after a while also the DNS server gets updated so that now you have a dynamic DNS access to your local Nextbox. I think we are about running out of time. So the other options, therefore I'm not going to show. It's maybe you can guess what's to be seen there. The custom dynamic DNS is custom configuration in case you want to use a different DYN DNS provider. You can also use a static domain and manage your TLS certificate with, of course, the traffic from and to your Nextbox instance is TLS encrypted. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you for stepping in here. Thank you for showing this to us. Patrick, let us try again, my friend. So let's see if technology is helping. Just a second. Shoot. Yeah. Not going to... let me check first if I've got the whole thing. Yep.
All right, here we go.
Yes. Patrick?
All right, thanks a lot.
Who?
Good luck. Thank you. All right, so my name is Patrick. I am the developer of JT Export, the one and only Android app that implements the vJournal standards on Android and also like in general, actually, except for some other, for 2 Linux applications, in fact. So, but in this talk, I don't want to talk so much about the Android app itself. I would like to talk about the context, what brought us to the fact that we wanted to implement this this app. So, I was saying the vJournal standard. So in order to give you some context, what is the vJournal standard actually? We need to go one step back to the iCalendar standard. Before, we already heard about the v-event component in the iCalendar standard. So let's go to this question. What is iCalendar? So the definition here says the iCalendar is a media type which allows you to store and exchange calendaring and scheduling information such as events, to-dos, journal entries, free busy information. So it's not only about calendaring, it's also the whole context of calendaring. There's also the to-do component, the v-to-do component, and the v-journal component. The v-event component you might know from normal calendar entries. When you export any calendar entry from your calendar, you end up getting an ICS file. The ICS file contains the iCalendar format that has an iCalendar core object that wraps the v-event component. Yeah. There inside, we have the textual interpretation of this of the event itself. The same for v-to-dos. A to-do is just like a task. We have this task component inside the iCalendar core object. And yeah, this is our textual interpretation of the task. The v-event is widely used, so it's like the de facto standard on the internet to exchange calendar entries. The v-to-do not so much anymore, but still it is used. And the v-journal is almost not used at all. So what is the v-journal actually? So the v-journal attaches descriptive text to a particular calendar date. So basically we have an event that does have a start date or has a date, but no end date. So it doesn't cover up any space in the calendar. Yeah. So we can have a start date. We could also have just not a start date, which would just make this entry a note. Yeah. So basically, it defines a format, like an interoperable format to exchange journal entries like a diary or meeting minutes over the internet, and yeah, also to a format to exchange notes with other apps. Yeah, currently, although the standard was defined many years ago, there's only K-Organizer and the Evolution client on Linux that actually supports this component inside the standard. So why did we actually want to implement this JT export? Because exactly of this reason. Yeah, the standard was defined many years ago. There were almost no applications that supported this standard. Yeah, and we just wanted to be the first. We wanted to give this food for thought to actually do as we did, make another app, make more diverse, interoperable apps that can support notes and journals. Yeah, but so we decided not only to do the v-journal component, we also said let's also support the v-to-do component inside. So we don't only have the notes and journals, but also the tasks inside, because the standard actually allows the linking of those entries. So we can say we have a journal entry, like our meeting minutes. We write our text, but then usually after a meeting, we also have some tasks to do. And we link directly our tasks to this, our v-to-dos actually, to our v-journal. Yeah. That's all included in the standard. So basically, if other apps would just support what the standard defines, you could have like a very powerful tool where you can link one component to each other and have like a complete picture of what is going on. So we already heard before about DAFX5. So the question is, now we implement this locally. Like JT Export would just work as a standalone app as well. You can export entries in an ICS format, but you also won't like to synchronize your entries over the internet. So that's why we said DAFX5 is the logical step to say, let's continue, let's enable the app to also synchronize vJournals. And yeah, as anyway, CalDAV servers, a lot of CalDAV servers, including Nextcloud, already support this component. Yeah, it was just a logical step to also enable this in DAFX5. Yeah, and as we already heard before, DAFX5 gives you this free choice of your server infrastructure. Theoretically, also, you could use another app for tasks, but JT Export is the only app that supports the vJournal standard at the moment. Yeah, so the development is ongoing. We are continuing to develop new features. We do a refactoring in Jetpack Compose, a new UI framework from Android. A widget will come. The calendar integration will be an interesting topic when we say we have journals, notes, and tasks, and maybe a fourth tab in the app for calendar entries. So you can not only link journals and tasks, but also link your tasks to a specific calendar entry. Yeah. And one thing that I would like to point out, as JT Export is the only app that currently supports this component on Android, maybe one of you is interested to make something similar for Nextcloud. So basically, Nextcloud does not offer a front end for editing vJournals at the moment. So if you feel like starting a project, I think it could be a really interesting and enriching project for the whole community. Yeah. To close this talk, here's some links where you can find out more. Try it out. I hope I could inspire you to also get a bit deeper into this topic. If you have any questions, we'll be around. Grab a sticker, grab a flyer. Let's have a conversation. Or if you really would like to start a project to implement something for Nextcloud, it would be a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you for this high-speed talk of yours. Can I have your microphone? Yes. All right, Marie, you're up. You have such an inviting title for your talk. You're going to fill in for Marie? All right.
Only so much I can do, but I will do what I can.
She has such a good title. You have ideas, we have money.
Yeah. I know. Leave it to Marie. So unfortunately, Marie is sick. I mean, I am definitely not Marie. They couldn't make it because the partner got tested positive for COVID, and so, well, then you better stay home. So Prototype Fund is a government-funded project that funds public interest technology. As Fab pointed out, the title of the talk was "We all have ideas, we have money." So that's pretty much the point of the Prototype Fund. They fund projects that benefit society. An individual project would get a total funding of up to about 50K. They've already funded, well, hundreds of projects, as you can see. And the fund is limited for people who live and work in Germany and use open source. So essentially, it's a fund that supports innovative, society-benefiting open source projects, which is obviously, I think, something we can all agree is a great thing. Each of these run for 6 months. So let's say you want to build a certain app for Nextcloud. You've already maybe coded a little bit on it together, or with together with a couple of people, or on your own. You can apply for the project, submit your idea, and if your idea gets picked, and again, the description here doesn't need to be a 20-pager. They're pretty low on bureaucracy, and if it gets picked, you would get essentially a 6-month salary for a couple of people. Of course, there are some milestones in the meantime, some things that you promise and then have to deliver on. But again, they're fairly low bureaucracy, fairly fair, and it gives you essentially a 6-month period to work on a really cool app or idea that you have, bring it to a prototype stage, hence the name, of course, and show that it works. And of course, in that time, you get some benefit from being part of this program. The Prototype Fund will, give you some coaching and some support if you maybe are looking to start up a business or, build up a bigger open source project. They have plenty of experience and people with experience that you will be able to interact with. So it's a win-win. Some examples you might be aware with this of this KD, Nextcloud project. Electronic health record. So this was one of the projects that got a round of funding, the Carlona personal health app. It's a tool that allows you to store personal health information, so you can either import records from your doctor, so EHR. is a standard that is used in the medical industry to transmit data between doctors' offices. So you can literally send a letter, and there's actually a tool in the app to generate a standardized email you can send to your doctor's office, which includes a link which they can input in their medical database software, which will then upload the data according to the EHR standard to your server, so that you then get the data that your doctor has about you. The medical data of, well, can be dentists, it can be things about like blood pressure and other things that you can then analyze for yourself basically and look at and use. It's a really cool project. Another one that some of you might be a little more, even more familiar with is a collectives, which was also funded by the Prototype Fund. And well, as you know, this was a very compelling prototype. And today I think it's grown a little bit beyond the prototype and is now part of Nextcloud proper. So we are also as Nextcloud community, I think, good reasons to be very happy with the Prototype Fund, because it's really helping to bring things from prototype, well, from nothing to prototype to actually production-ready software that is used by millions of people. So, yay for Prototype Fund. So there's another round of funding coming, starting soon. You can apply already, and the funding, I think the application and funding process, you'll have to look up the details, but it's coming in a few months. So if you have ideas and you want to build a prototype, check out prototypefund.de, get in contact, make an idea, and, well, happy prototyping. That's it.
Thank you, Jos. Let's hope Marie gets well soon. We wish her all the best. So in true fashion, we're running out. So I have the following idea. I kind of consulted Marie on this. So we're going to start the workshops at 4. We have 3 lightning talks left. We're going to do this in high speed, and we'll try to have some drinks, and then the workshops start at 4. That's how the plan is currently evolving. So for the next lightning talk, I want to ask Tobias to come on stage, my webinar buddy and colleague. He's going to talk about Android and cross-repository work, and how Android teams work together and what they plan in the future. So Toby, let me find your slides.
Shall I just take this one?
Yeah, it's yours. Nope. Go for it.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction. Yeah, I want to talk with you about how we want to work closely on Nextcloud between our 2 Android projects. And yeah, what is the past? The past was, we still have 2 different repositories on files and talk, but in the past we had no code exchange, no common infrastructure. For example, we had different Android versions which we were supporting, and also we had different Java versions where we compiled the code on. So it was not really possible to help, because you had always to switch to the different Android studios, and actually there was no knowledge exchange. So yeah, the teams were on their own, and we just figured out that this is just kind of not good. And now we wanted to transition into a better system, so we evolved or implemented regular meetings where we're discussing new patterns, agreeing on new technologies. For example, we want to now switch our image library back from on Android files is a common, is a self-implemented version. On Talk we are using, as far as I remember, it is Fresco, and also we're using on files another library that is called Glide. So as you can see, we have 3 different libraries for exactly the same purpose. There is also no knowledge exchange possible, but we want to change this, and also the idea is to help each other hunting bugs down, and also help each other when the others are on vacation. But that's not all. We also have now had the idea to create repositories where we extract common code or common configs. And you can see here on the right that is a short or small graphic which Alvaro, one of our Android developers, created, where you can see how the whole concept and how the whole idea is behind. So that everything like talk and files is using Android library, which is for communication to the server, Android common, which should then contain all our UI, UX stuff, common code, and Android config is for the configuration part, which I will show you now. So yeah, on config repo is including currently our GitHub actions and workflows, like the staleboard, QL, which is a security scanner, and we are just implementing it once a common repo, and then it's automatically synced all the changes back to Android library, Android files, and Android talk. And I think that just helps to ease the duplication of work. On the common repository, we plan to have releases which are following our semantic versioning, similar to our Android library. And right now it contains the first parts of the material designs. And Alvaro did a very great job in implementing first the material design on Torque, then extracting the generic and common logic to this repository, and also is now doing implementing the same on Android files, which I showed you recently yesterday in our keynote. So there you can see if there's one bug, for example, the computation of a color is not correct, this will now directly benefit both projects, files, and Torque. And as an outlook, we want to have in Torque Android, adding the single sign-on library, using the Android library, so again, to ease the duplication of work. And we want now to extract even more code into our common repository, like the user status dialog, which is currently just a duplication from Android files where I implemented it to Android Talk, and this is just not good because we have to change all the things double and twice. Similar for our test setup, where we have many different tests like unit tests, end-to-end tests, and also screenshots testing. There's just a common test setup, and we want to extract this to our repository. And on the config side, we want to create even more CI checks, extract spotless detecting stuff, so that, again, only we have to maintain one common CI and config changes. Yeah, and why am I telling this? Because, of course, it's open source. You can join us. You can use it in your own Android library, so you can directly benefit from our ideas, from our help, how to create test setups, how to use it. And, of course, also you do not have to duplicate the work. And there's no limit. If you add any code which is only purely needed on your Android app, it might help still other Android apps in the future. So we can remove those unneeded things right now with ProGuard, so it is no problem to add those codes. Yeah, and that's all. I don't have an exit slide, so thanks for that.
Toby, thank you so much, man. Awesome work. And we're going to move on high speed. Frank, you're up. So Frank is going to talk to us about user provisioning. As in, user provisioning is also an important aspect of data portability and interoperability. Almost there.
Yeah, that's it. So as you already know me, I can skip the introduction of myself. So this is another project called Open Provisioning Framework, which is a collaboration with the Forschungszentrum Informatik in Karlsruhe, where we extended a little bit the schema part, and now I want to talk a little bit about Nextcloud user provisioning using SCIM 2.0. So what is user provisioning? We see it as a core task in hosting. You have to create new users, you have to create groups, you have to update user settings like passwords, quota, aliases, and so on. And you have to maintain additional concepts, for example, in the area of Nextcloud, for example, shared resources, groups, and so on. And of course, it's an important basic for data portability and interoperability, because you need the bucket created first, then you can move data in. And you probably all known the LDAP standardization and stuff around that, but there is a lack of standardization efforts since that here. And most service providers currently use either a legacy provisioning API or no API at all. So there is where SCIM come into place, which is the abbreviation for System for Cross-Domain Identity Management. It's also a JSON-based format, which offers data formats and protocols for user provisioning. So you have, on the one hand, basic concepts like user and groups, and you also have extension mechanisms there. It's standardized by the IETF. You can find the RFCs there, published 2015. And we, in this open provisioning framework, added specific extensions here for email and groupware hosting to that standard. So the goal here is to have a better client-server interoperability for provisioning tasks. And what we figured out is that it's quite common already in the SaaS area, in the SaaS ecosystem, where from an identity provider, there is some schema used to provisioning users in the SaaS app. I will have an example for that later. If you want to see more details, yeah, go to the websites here, Simple Cloud Info and the other one here. What we have done here in the project, that's quite similar to what we have done in the JMap project I presented prior. So we also created libraries here to easily implement Skim for Java and PHP-based applications, which you can find in our GitHub repository. And we actually implemented a Skim API for postfix admin. And as we love Nextcloud, we did it also for Nextcloud based on the work. It's on the next slide, which Indie Hoster started at the NextGov hackathon this April. So we improved that support by using the underlying libraries we provided. And with that libraries, you can implement cloud-based identity management workflows here with Skim. We've tested that with Azure ID. There is still one pull request pending here that's fully working with Nextcloud. But there is also the Keycloak Identity Manager, which you can use with the Indie Hoster's Keycloak Skim client. And we also implemented some command line interface for it. The idea here is, because the project is still running, to extend that more with additional features like quota, group folders, and so on. And yeah, that's the example normally you have. What you can see here is that it also always starts with an HR system, for example, in larger companies, which then provisioning currently still with legacy APIs to a cloud identity provider, and that uses then Skim to provision the users on different SaaS services here, like Dropbox, Zoom, or Nextcloud, and so on. And the authentication, that's still something different then, that can be used by single sign-on and so on. So yeah, that's it from the current status here in the project, and I can hand over to you. Thanks.
Frank, thank you so much. A lot of knowledge going around. Thank you so much for that. So with that, we are arriving at the last lightning talk of today. Ron, may I ask you to come on stage? So Ron is going to talk about Swarm. Ron is an app developer. He's working for over a year now to bring the Swarm storage to Nextcloud. You're going to talk a bit about that with us. Let us see if we got the whole thing. Yes. Ooh. This one? Cool.
Okay, thank you. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, and I know it's the final presentation. So I'm Ron. I'm from MetaProvide. We are an organization that we are providing basically technological tools to help the well-being sector. The well-being sector being therapists, linking therapists, well-being service providers with people who need that type of service. And we're providing online tools for that. We are a very diverse team, made up from various different professions, some volunteers, and also from various locations in the world. So I'm from Portugal. I've come on board MetaProvide to, as a challenge, to make some more tools for this organization. We have an active involvement with Nextcloud. Admin.org is up and running, and one of our team members is also a contributor to the Breeze Dark theme. And as a team, we've developed the Talked feature in the Talk app, which allows video recording. So that's not why I'm here. We've developed our next phase of our mission as an organization, and that's Swarm. Anyone here? Put your hands up if you know, I've heard of Swarm. Good. And anyone running a node? A B node that accesses the Swarm node? No. So some of us know what Swarm is. Our challenge here was to bring Swarm to Nextcloud through the external storage files, which we all use as part of a common feature in Nextcloud. So it's built on PHP. It's got a Vue JavaScript front end. And we've really worked to seamlessly integrate that into what is existing today for file storage. We connect to the Swarm, to B nodes via the F-Swarm client library, which is all open source. And what is Swarm then? Swarm, we can define that as a self-sovereign, decentralized storage built on the Ethereum blockchain. It has many features that is a viable alternative to Google Drive, Dropbox, and other main centralized storages that we all use today. And this is an alternative which is open source, borderless, fault tolerant, and resilient. And it's a step closer to European data strategy of Web3. Victor Tron is one of the main contributors to the Swarm technology. He is very active as the initial founder of Ethereum. And this is really bridging the gap using blockchain, Ethereum, and decentralized storage. So how does it work in Nextcloud? Well, we need a working B node. As I said, it's open source, it's on GitHub. We can download that. We can run it on a Raspberry Pi on any Linux box. And it's once installed, it's a very, very easy install. There's a lot of good documentation on their site. Once installed, we need a checkbook, that's a wallet. And as it's tokenized, there's a self-sustainability feature of it. We need some tokens. Once we have the tokens set up, we have our decentralized storage accessed privately through Nextcloud. So we can configure various storages on one Nextcloud instance. And the main part of our development was actually to allow you to administer the node through the administration settings. So what does that mean? We have a node, we have an IP address and a port, and basically we just configure that inside administration settings. And another feature is that we've added status and monitoring of the node inside Nextcloud. So the real challenge there was to make it seamless. And once set up, you use it just like any other file storage. It appears on the files, and it appears as a folder. You download, you move, copy files from other storages, and we're working on a lot of other features as well. Every time there's an upload, the actual B node returns a hash reference. That hash reference is your unique identifier of your file on the B node network, and that can be downloaded within Nextcloud, or you can access that and share it with your friends, share that resource. So we're working on a lot of other features. It's available now on the App Store, and we're very excited to be able to launch that this week. And there are a few flyers around that you'll see downstairs. We're on GitHub, so that's a simple also access to the work that we're doing. So I've kept it short and sweet, but I really invite you to click and explore and have a B node running for your own private use. Thank you.
Excellent, Ron. You did the call. Excellent. So, all right. That was the last talk. And before we move on, just a second here. I have a couple of things to say. A lot of stuff. So, I want to finish off here this session by thanking all the people who were joining us via the live stream. So, people on the live stream, we are closing it now. So, this is the end of the live streamed conference. The closing keynote, it will be recorded and put online after the conference. So, we will record it and put it online. And with that, I would like to do a cue. I talk to Marius. This is the cue, right? All right. We have 2 workshops at 4 p.m. We have a workshop contributing to Nextcloud Office, Collaborate Online. This is from Pedro. You saw him speaking today. He's going to be downstairs. He set up his stuff there already. It will be a 45-minute talk at 4 p.m. 5 p.m. we have also a workshop from Daphne. Again, how to build a Nextcloud app. That will be a 60-minute workshop, and you learn how to build your Nextcloud app together with Daphne. Thank you all. See you in a bit. Have a drink. 4 p.m. next workshop. Thank you, people.